Discipleship Radio.
Come be a part of.
Korah and J and Line of Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Discipleship Radio. Discipleship Radio. Discipleship Radio.
Come be a part of.
Korah and J and Line of Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Shalom, Chaverim. Shalom. This is Yadin, servant of Jesus Christos, to the glory of our God, Father, and King of Kings. Yes, I. Greetings. Name of Yah and the anointed Rastafari. Greetings, brothers and sisters and brothers. Yes, I. Greetings in the name of our God and Father, Yah. Yes, and through the Messiah, Yeshua HaMoshiach, yes, I, Yah, Rastafari. So here, prayer, work, faith and work, and, prayer, and keep, the faith, and keep working, doing the good that you can do. And I give thanks because I think we're connected again, much earlier than expected, It's expected to get things back up again, after the rain and the trees and the breaking the branches and leaves, busting the wires and the cords, and bringing us from like 5G down to like a modem speed. But here once again, let's get up to speed, Chaverim. So here once again.
Discipleship Radio.
Come be a part of.
Korah and J and Line of Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Hot. So here we are in a new Shabua here with the second day. Here we're at the second day right here for the Monday podcast, the Midrash Monday, study to shoot I and ourselves approved. So we didn't have a full, after the Shabbat, but was able to bring forward hopefully some good and edifying points, points of view, according to the way, the truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ, Jesus Christus, Yeshua HaMoshiach. Here, this brings us to the 38th sabbatical study. What we're going to do is going to reflect on the previous 37th sabbatical study, Shalach, send, where we have the matter about the spies, 12 spies, and the 10 bringing back an evil report, and how that evil report, discouraged a whole generation. I've got to think about that right there, because here we have social media. There's a whole lot of reports, or, let's say there's a whole lot of rumors, a whole lot of information, right? And also disinformation, and how this can affect the whole nation or generation of people. That's what we learned from the previous Torah report. One of the things we may learn from the previous Torah reading and feeding. Now it continues. It's like a rolling, when they have like a rolling outage, rolling power outages in a sense, like first over here, this whole section goes down, then the next section goes. This is what we have in this fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book. That's called in the translation, the book of Numbers, in the Sefer Bamidbar, right? In the Sefer, in the account, in the scroll, in the book, the Sefer, right? Ha-Midbar, right? And the Sefer Bamidbar, right? In the wilderness, or some enunciate as Bimidbar, in the wilderness. Because actually they go from one spot to the next. Here we at the Kadesh Barnea, right? And here in this 38th sabbatical study, it is called Korach, right? Korah. We call this one crazy, them crazy, bald head, them crazy. Korah. What does Korah mean? Who was Korah, Chaverim? Korah. And why do many of us say that in a modern way, with what some people call the Black Hebrew Israelites, or this Israelite consciousness amongst we as the ones lost now found, right? Why do many of us say that Abba Bivens, they talk about Abba Bivens, he was a type of Korah? Was he? Was he not? But first of all, this 38th sabbatical study, we have Korah.
Now they that died in the plague were 14,700. Beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the plague was stayed.
Some people would be so-called talking about a revolution. They might view this, you could read this Torah reading and feeding, and you could misinterpret it as a revolution. It has some of the elements of revolution, but really was a rebellion, right? The Korah rebellion. Now, Korah, the name Korah, right? Korach, in the Hebrew, more full enunciation of the Lashon HaKodesh, Korah, not Quara, but Korah. Right now, it has a meaning that generally may be translated as cold, right? Cold or frost or even bald head, right? The more better translation of it is bald head. Although getting to the root, it has to do with cold. So how does cold has to do with bald head? Well, the context of bald head. So it is Korah, we call him the crazy bald head, but not just because he physically had a bald head, right? But the meaning of the name and the deed that he and those with him in this rebellion against the rightful leadership of the Israelites in the Midbar, in the wilderness. So here in this Torah reading and feeding 38th sabbatical study, we have Korah. So let's hear some of the Hebrew first words.
All right, sabbatical studies, and for this Shabbat strong, Korah. Hebrew first words. Shalom, Chabarim, shalom. Hebrew first words here for the 38th weekly Torah portion reading and feeding 99 annual Rastafari sabbatical studies, and for this Shabbat strong, Korah. Hebrew first words here, as we picked up with Numbers, the fourth book of Moses, the Hebrew book of Numbers, the Sefer Bamidbar, the cipher, the book in the wilderness. So we pick up with Numbers chapter 16, Chabarim. Hebrew first words here. Vayikach Korah, Bain Yitzhar, Bain Kehat, Bain Lewi, we Datan, we Abiram, Bnei Eliab, we On, Bain Pelet, Bnei Reuben. Now, Korah, Hebrew first words, why Yikach Korah. And Korah took, literally the Hebrew first words, and Korah took, and he took men. Now, Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, with Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Pelet, sons of Reuben, took men. Hebrew first words here for this 38th RSS, Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong, this weekly Torah portion reading and feeding. Hebrew first words. Now, Korah, Vayikach Korah, Bain Yitzhar, Bain Kehat, Bain Lewi, with Datan, with Abiram, Bnei Eliab, with On, Bain Pelet, Bnei Reuben. Now Korah took men. Now Korah, Vayikach Korah.
Discipleship, separation.
Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the plague was stayed.
And Korah took man. Yeah, the ground, Africa, the rift. There's this rift in this Torah portion, right? Moshe, in order to decide, so they can decide, like, who is the proper leadership of the Israelites in the wilderness, right? He prayed that may there be something done, right? That has not been done, and the ground opened up and swallowed them up. It's kind of interesting when we look at what's going on with the rift. It's Africa splitting into two parts. Reminds me of this Torah portion, reading and feeding right here. But a couple of first words there, we got to review, right? Because like we said, there's like a rolling rebellion, right? Here we have a rolling rebellion in the wilderness, right? We get up to chapter 10, finish chapter 10, we hit chapter 11, and here the Israelites, the Exodus generation of Israelites go bankrupt, right? Chapter 11. So from chapter 11, we continue to kind of push forward, and we come to here to chapter 16. Chapter 16, right? This Torah reading and feeding constituting Numbers chapter 16, verse 1 to chapter 18, verse 32. Let's bring this up right here. Korah's rebellion. Look more on that. Korah's rebellion. So we have a rolling rebellions here in the wilderness. Now, they already know from the previous Torah portion that, well, they're not going to enter into his rest. Right? 10 times they tested. Actually, they tempted. Right? Also, whole point on tempt. Tempting. God cannot be tempted with evil, neither does he tempt any man with evil. See, to be tempted, you can be tempted is to test, to prove. Have a whole vid we're going to share on that. Hopefully we get to upload that soon. But here, just to get an overview of where we're at right here in this new Shabua, we come to the 38th sabbatical study. We come to Numbers chapter 16, verse 1. Numbers chapter 16, verse 1. Here we have the incident of Korah. So Korah, he took men, right? He took men, right? And this rebellion right here, when you look at it, it has all the kind of earmarks of being a successful, quote, rebellion, or some might say, quote, revolution, right? A revolution. Oh, the leadership ain't doing the things that we want the way we want to do it. Well, we got people, we can do this. Are you sure, right? Are you sure, right? The rift. Right, great rift, right? The Rift Valley. So here we're going to touch on the first and second readings here, the first and second aliyot, right? Just a little bit towards the numbers, and the earth opened her mouth, right? So here we have Numbers chapter. So because they opened their mouth, Moshe prayed, and the earth, she opened her mouth. We have the first reading, Numbers chapter 16, right? Focus verses 1 to 13. The second reading right here, Numbers chapter 16, verse 14 to verse 19. All right, so here, just an overview here for the Torah reading and feeding, Parashat Korah. Now, we're going to try to review if we can, right? We're going to go over a review from the previous Torah reading and feeding. Actually, even from the one before that, at least to read on our site, we have like a, we call it like a summary, a reasoning, right? A summary, reasoning. Let's scroll down here. What is it called? The commentary. There we go. Didn't remember that right there. The commentary, some comments on the previous Torah reading and feeding, right? As well as the one before that, right? Just for continuity purposes. Because once you recognize, right, in this book, right? In the Bible generally, but in this book specifically, it says to study, right? To show ourselves approved. Because it's easy to go to a verse here, you can go a verse there, right? And just reading the verse and looking at it with our, so-called Gentile mind, right? And, make a reasoning, right? That might actually, sound good and be nice, but is it the context of what the scripture is really saying? Right. So this is why we study, and this is why we recommend a reading a day of the 7 aliyot, right? The 7 readings of offering that are reading a day. So, for example, for the first day of the Shabuah, for the new Torah reading and feeding, the first reading, the first day that they call Sunday, second reading, right? This is this day right here, the day that has gone forward. Really, this will be like the after the second day. You know what I mean? Because here in the evening time, Erev Tov, good evening, Laila Tov, good night, and a Boker Tov to those in the in the break of day, depends on where they are at on this earthly plane. So a reading a day is what we recommend, a reading, aka an Ali a day. So here we have the prophets reading the Haftarah, the second of the 3 readings right here. Torah readings, we have First Samuel, chapter 11, focus verses 14 to First Samuel, right? Chapter 12, verse 22, and the Berit Hadasha, the New Covenant reading, the Adis Kidan. We have Romans, the epistle to the Romans, chapter 13, focus verses 1 to 7. So some of the main themes right here, the key themes, right? The revolt or the rebellion of Korah, right? Korah, aka that crazy, the crazy bald head. As I said, that Korah, right, in the English to bring it out would be bald head, right? But not because he was physically, right, bald, right? But because his character. For example, the root of the name, this is a Torah portion that's named after a kind of a personal individual, right? The root of the name, Korah. Let's actually do this. Let's get into this right here. Let's see if we can bring this up. Numbers chapter what? Numbers chapter 16. Here we go. Numbers chapter 16. Numbers chapter 16. All right. Boom. Here we go. This is the opening verse. Now, Korah, the son of Yitzhar or Yitzhar, right? The son of Kohat, right? The son of Lewi, and Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Pelet, sons of Reuben. The sons of Reuben or Reuben, he took. Now, please recall that the italicized words that's in the King James Version are not there. Again, the italicized words, the words in italics in the King James Version are not there. They're not there. No, they're not there. Right? So they're there because, the translators to give people a context, but actually Korah, he took, right? He kind of bit off more than he can chew. He took. But what did he take? He took men. He took men to assist him in his revolt, in his attempt to overthrow, right? His attempt to overthrow, right? Yahweh's appointed and anointed, Moshe in that sense being appointed and Aharon being the anointed, the leadership of the Bnei Yisrael, the leadership of the Beta Israel, the house of Israel right here in this Torah reading and feeding. So here with the first verse right here, we have now Korah. Let's bring this up right here because we want to explain why do we say Korah is them crazy bald head, right? Well, let's get into it, right? Numbers chapter 16. Now Korah, right? Korach, right? So here we have Korach. You see it for yourself? See it for yourself here. Here, according to the BDB, Browns, Drivers, and Brakes definition, right? Here we have Korah in the English with a K, but actually it's Kof. Kof is a Q in Hebrew, so it's not Korah, but it's Korah. I know some might say Ura. Okay, but actually it's Korah, Korach. So here we see Korach means what? It means bald. Right? So was he bald? right? Why do we say he was a crazy bald head? Them crazy. Them crazy. You know, that BMW, Bob Marley and the Wailers tunes. It really brings out when you really get to read and understand and study, right? And get this Torah reading and feeding. You'll get why he's truly, we could say, the crazy bald head, right? Amongst the Israelites, you know? So we can get a better theme and a context to that tune, right? He was the son of Izhar, right? Yitzhar, the grandson of Kohath, the great grandson of Lewi, and he was the leader of the rebellion of the Israelites against Moshe, with Aharon and Aaron, while in the Midbar, while in the wilderness. Well, what happened? What happened after that? Well, he was punished and he died, right, by an earthquake, right, and flames of fire. Wow. It wasn't just an earthquake, but it was an earthquake and flames of fire, right? Now, there were other Korahs in the scripture. This is important because we didn't even get into Caleb. Caleb is going to come up again because some things that Caleb was not an Israelite. Others say that Caleb was an Israelite. It's all because they say that he was the son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, and they believe that because it says Kenaz, right? And we can find that Kenaz, there's a guy named Kenaz that's related to Esau's progeny. They really, they really get themselves confused, right? But now, suppose we were to do the same thing with Korah, right? See, names are names. You have one guy named John and he's an African, another guy named John and he's a European, or another guy named John and he's an Asian, right? An Asian Indian, another guy named John and he's an Asian Chinese, So what? Okay. Anyway, that's why if you notice something in the Torah, right? In the Torah over here, it says, let's bring it up. It says he was a son of Yitzhar, right? Or in the English transliteration, Izhar, but actually it's Yitzhar, shining oil. They bring it out there, shining oil, right? Right. So notice how it goes. It says, now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, right? Let's pause right there. Go back to Korah, right? Korah. So here, Korah definition as bald. Stay tuned. We're going to explain why he was the crazy bald head, right? Not physically, you know what I'm saying? Not on the physical level. Remember what Yeshua said? If I show you earthly things and you're not able to understand the earthly things, how can you understand the heavenly things? Like in other words, if you can't understand the outer manifestation, how are you going to understand the inner? You say, if you can't understand the physical, right, then how are you going to understand the metaphysical? Get it? So here, notice how the scripture says. It says he was the son of Izhar, right? Then Kohath, then Levi. That's a breakdown of which Korah we're speaking about. Which Korah, right? Which Korah, right? We're speaking about. The Korah we're speaking about here, or her here, right? Let's bring that up. Boom, right? So something like that, like a genealogical breakdown, so we can build, right? We need a breakdown so we can build. Right, so here he was the son of Izhar. So notice how the scripture brings it down. It says the son of, right, Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi. Another way that we would say today, well, he was the son of Izhar, the grandson of Kohath, right, the great grandson of Levi, right? And this Korah we're speaking about. We're not speaking about here, right, the third son of Esau. So notice that. So let's see if we get this correctly. So this Israelite has a name that also appears amongst other related peoples like Esau, the third son of Esau. But does that mean, Chabarim, that this son is an Edomite or the son of Esau? No, it doesn't. So how do they say what they say about Caleb? Maybe they're just like those haters in the wilderness. Anyway, the third son of Esau by a holy Bama, right? And one of the dukes of Edom. The dukes of Hazard, right? The Edomite. The son of Eliphaz, and we have another one, right? Another one, the son of Eliphaz by Ada, duke of Edom. So another duke of Edom, and nephew of, it says one. Got to look into that. One of the sons of Hebron. So one of the sons of Hebron, another Korah. Right. So why do we say he and his name means bald head, and we call him the crazy bald head? Because think about how crazy this is. Right. He is already within, right, a very powerful clan, right, amongst the Israelites, because he's a Levite, right, and he's a Kohathite. Remember, we went through the order earlier in the first 10 or so chapters where Yahweh gave a breakdown of the order in the camp. You know, the order, like that rank and file, duty and responsibility order was broken down. All things be done decently in order, and who would carry what, and which one, the Kohathites, the Merarites, right, the Gershonites, when the camp was moved. The Kohathites, they had the responsibility of the holy things, right, of the tabernacle. So he's already at a very high level, right, respectively as to even the rank and file Israelites. He's in that, let's say, upper echelon, but that wasn't good enough for him. He wanted to be at the top, right? And he thought he was, what's that word people like to use? Oh yeah, entitled. He thought he had entitlement. Right. So here, Strong's definition, right? We have Korah comes from this right here, right? Karach. So we have Karach, right? Karach is the verb. Korah, right? The noun. Karach means to make bald. You see it right there? Karach. Karach means like he made bald. He was made bald. Karach. Karach. Right? Or he or it. Right? Think about it in the it sense. Don't personalize it, right? To make bald, make a baldness, right? Just breaking down some of the root build of the word, right? To make oneself bald, the nephil sense of the karach, right? Then we have the hefil sense, like to make oneself bald, right? And the hophile sense, to make bald. Now these are the different kind of breakdowns on the grammatical, right? The grammatical menorah. Right? On the grammatical menorah of the biblical Hebrew, there are seven main verbal forms. From the basic, the light form, like the karah. Often when you look in Strong's Concordance and elsewhere, blue letter, you usually see the basic sense, what's often called the kal. The kal is like the light form. You see right there, the kal form, right? In the sense that you see here, karah. Right? But then when we look at it within various areas of the scripture, it could be in the kal form of the verb, or in the nephil form of the verb, or the hefil form of the verb, or the hophil. There's a couple of other forms of the verb. In total, there are 7 main forms. Just like with the true Hebrew, biblical Hebrew vowels, right? There are 7 main vowels. Now, I know someone's like to say, well, there's no E, like, there's no this, there's no that. Some say there's no O, there's only a U. There's an O and a U, right? But we don't get beyond ourselves. In the verb form of this, right, this is the primitive root, right, to depilate, right, to depilate. In other words, like to make oneself bald, or to make something bald. Now, this sense of the word kara, though we can see it within the sense of like making somebody bald, shaving their head or something like that, but the real sense of this word, right, the other sense of this word, let's back it up right here. You see where it says ice? You see that right there? You see where it says ice? Right? Why does it say ice? Because the root sense of it in this form to ball, but we get to the root verb, right, also related to ball/ice. Well, how is ball and ice connected? Our best example is the agricultural example, right? We're going to give you an agro example, right? Okay, now is like we came into the harvest season, the Pentecost, Shavuot, and so at this time in the land, right, crops are growing, the field should be green with crops and also with cattle and so forth and so on, right? But then when winter time comes in, when the cold comes in, what happens? We get the karach in the sense of korach. We get the baldness, right? we see it all the time, right? Like the summertime is here, and the trees and the leaves and the flowers and blossom and all of that. The fruit growing up is all green, for example. But then when winter comes in, what happens? The leaves turn, the leaves fall off, and then when we look at the crop, it's bald. So winter, the ice, the cold, right? The ice, the cold of winter, right? It causes the agricultural ground that flowers and blossoms in spring and in summer, it causes it to go bald, right? Because that's one sense of bald, right? See, often we think bald, we just think in one sense of the word, right? But in the Hebraics of it all, in this sense, it's saying that he wasn't physically bald, but it was as if the ice, imagine if winter came all of a sudden, right? It's springtime and summertime and crops is growing, and winter comes all of a sudden. What would happen to all that greenness and all the leaves and trees and everything? Everything will basically almost like die, right? All the leaves. It's almost like, think about the leaves coming off of the trees, right? And the greenness coming off of the crops of the ground and the land, right? That is, according to the Hebraicism of the Afro-African Shemitic language, that's the idea of baldness, right? So yes, one can be bald on their head, but the ground can also does go bald, right? Because of the ice, right? And the cold and the frost, also part of Korah, Karach, when we start to look into the Hebraic root. So this is the sense of Korah, right? This is the sense of the name Korah right here, right? So what does the sentence tells us right here? Well, Korah, as we have right here, we get back to that. But Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, right? That's grandson. Then we have son of Levi, great grandson, right? And Datan. So we have who? Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Pelet. These were the sons of Reuben, right? The sons of Reuben, of Reuben, right? So we have Korah, a Levite, right, of the Kohathite mishpacha, or the Kohathite family or clan, right, taking with him Datan and Abiram, right, the sons of Eliab, and On, right, the sons of Pelet, and these were sons of Reuben. So here, this attempted coup is coming right out from the bodyguards, right? You remember in Ethiopia there was where they had the bodyguard. There was a bodyguard attempted coup. Yeah. So think about this here, right? Korah coming from, right, the Kohathite clan, right? They are almost like the honor guards. They're the ones who guard the sanctuary, the holy place, Yahweh's residence, right, in camp, right? Yahweh's residence in the camp of Yisrael. He's already in a honored and prominent position, right? And now he attempts a coup, right? That's why that word took is important, right? I think in the Hebrew it's wayikah, wayikah. You see the word took here? You see the word took here? It's from the root here, lakah. Not laqua, not laqua, not laqua. Get off that Gentile mind English white man pronunciation, right? It's not really his pronunciation. He knows better. But somehow I notice when people see a Q, right? A lot of Israelites, when they see a word for Q, they think even if it's QA, they add in a U vowel. They add in a U vowel, qua, right? But it's not really qua, right? Unless there's a wow or vav there. This is lakach, 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 lakach. What does lakach? Lakach mean to take, right? To fetch, to get, right? Right? To lay hold of, to seize, to receive, to acquire. In a sense, it can mean to buy. It's not really the word for buy, but it can mean to buy. Like, for example, if you pay some kesef, money or exchange on it, then you can take. You see that sense? But it's not really the word buy, right? To bring, right? It can have a contextual sense. And he took him a wife. That we can translate generally to be he married, to take a wife or to marry, right? Also, if on take, they can kind of snatch something, right? To take away. It depends on how they take, right? So the basic word here is to take, right? Now, notice this right here. Let's bring out the Ivrit, right? The Hebrew right here. We're just going to put this on momentarily, right? It's the same verse, right, from the Masoretic text right here. And reading from right to left, it says, Wayikah Korah. So in the KJV translation, it says, now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, right? Right? And then it goes on, Datan and Abiram. And at the end of the sentence, there's the word took. Remember that? That was this word here, the first word right here. Come on, come on. Don't just highlight. There we go. Lakach, right? Lakach mean he took. So in the form of the verb here, literally it means it's the past tense, third person masculine past tense, right? Right? Lakach. But here in the verse, bring that out. Here in the verse right here, right? Here in the verse, as you see the highlighted word, wa, right? Or va, some say va yikach, but here Afro-Semitically speaking, wa and yikach, yikach, wa yikach. And he yikah. Yikah means like he took, right? But it's like the verbs consecutive, so it has a sense of like, and he taking, right? He taking yikah, right? Korah, and he taking Korah, because in the Hebrew, biblical Hebrew, and the ancient Afro-Shemitic language, like Ge'ez, a Shemitic language there, right? Usually the verb, right? Usually the verb is the first. Like in English, when we say a sentence in English, how do we say it? We usually say it as subject, right? Verb, object. Is that the order? I took this, right? So I is the subject, then the verb follows, took, right? And then the object of what I took, this follows. I took a car, I took a plane, I took a train, I took the, you know what I'm saying? You get the sense. So in English, it's the subject, verb, object. There's some basics. If one's pay attention, it will help out, not just with the Hebrew here, but also with English over there. Subject, verb, object. But now in the Hebrew, right, the usual order, sometimes the order can change, but that usually is like it's a different way of saying it for different sort of emphasis. But the usual order is the verb, right? The verb, subject, object. So usually in the Hebrew, it's different. So the English is normally subject, verb, object. The Hebrew usually, I'm emphasizing usually, because somebody will find one time over here, a rare time, but it's probably poetical or for emphasis. It's like when somebody write rhymes, sometimes we'll switch it up, right? Because it's a different sort of presentation of the word or what you're saying. But the usual order in the biblical Hebrew is the verb first. So the word that's highlighted, wayikah, and he took, or now he took, the sense of now is not there, but the sense of and he took, and in taking, right? Wayikah, korah, and he took, verb, korah, noun. What did he take? Right? What did he take? Then it goes into Ben Yitzhar, Ben Kehat. Now, this here is now explaining who Korah is, right? You know, son of Izhar or Yitzhar, right? Son of Yitzhar, right? The son of Kehat, right? Kehat or Kohat, right? Kehat, Kohat, right? Right? Assembly, right? Ben Levi, Ben Levi, Ben Levi, Ben Levi, right? The son of Levi, right? Wa and there's another guy, right? Datan, right? There's Datan, a Reubenite chief. And who was he son of? He was son of Eliab, who was his brother Abiram. They joined Korah's conspiracy against Moshe's authority. Now that's correct, but it's not full. It's not full. Against Moshe's authority, right? And Aaron's and Aharon's anointing, right? Because see, they were going against the anointed, right? Right? It says that put not, your hand, stretch not your hand against Yahweh's anointed. But this is what Korah, right, and those who joined him in his conspiracy were doing, right? So here it says, with Datan wa Abiram. Now remember Abiram, right? Abi my father Ram. Ram. Abiram. Ram. Ram means exalted, like high. Right? Ram is high. Right? The dance Aram. Abiram. Right? The dance is exalted, high. Right? So here we have a Reubenite. He was son of Eliab in Exodus. Right? Then we have a son of Hiel, right, as well, right, who worked to rebuild Jericho. Look at that, right? Jericho. They said we can't find Jericho, but wait, we can find where Jericho's walls fell down. The Bible said fell down. Archaeologists say we can't find it, but there's a son of Hiel, the Bethelite, who worked to rebuild Jericho. Oh, so I mean, after the walls fell down, look who after that they kind of rebuilt it. See, this is why you can't rely on a lot of these things you hear if you don't have any reading comprehension, if you're not reading with comprehension, right? So father of height, Abi Ram. Ram here comes from room, right? In this form, the base form, to rise up, to be high, right? Abi Ram, my father is high. My father is lofty. My father is like risen up. He's exalted. He's set on high, right? Or in the case of Abiram, were they high? Right? With Datan wa Abiram, B'nai Eliab. They were the sons of, right, brothers of Eli, Lama Sabachthani. It's Sabachthani. Just take it slow. Don't give up. Just spell it out. Right? Eliab. Eli, my father, or Eli, my God, father. Right? My God, father. Eliab, God, my God is father, or God is father. He was the son of Helon, right? This one there. So there's a few ones who are known as Eliab, right? So just because we see one guy over here, like Judas Iscariot. They say, bun Judas. But there's a lot of other ones who are Judas too, like Jude in the Bible. So you bunning him too, right? This is why it's good when we study the scripture. We can see how it seeks to even identify, right? Even they understood then. People say, well, which Eliab was this, right? Or which Datan, or which Korah, right? So here it says we're on. And there was another guy, right? We have on, right? On right here. On means wealth or vigor. On, right? On, right? On. What is on, right? Let's scroll it down here. This is a very interesting word, on, right? On, right? Right? Vigor, generative power, right? Wealth, physical strength. It can be physical strength of men, and it can be physical strength of behemoth. What's the behemoth? Behemoth. Well, behemoth is like cattle. Behemoth is cattle. Behemoth is like cattle, right? Basically, so the physical strength of men and cattle, like oxes and stuff like that, in the sense of effort, but successful. So on represents like strength and vigor that is successful, right? Because there's strength and vigor that is vain, right? So that's what we call avon, right? Like to pant yourself. You pant yourself to do something that's not accomplished, but the root sense is on, right? On right here, right? Effort, ability, power, right? In its figurative sense, it's wealth, right? So here it says he's an Israelite. We're on Ben Pelet. What was Pelet? Right? Pelet means swiftness. Remember David? David had two sets of. He had the Pelethites, right? And the Kerethites. The Kerethites and the Pelethites. The Pelethites were the runners, right? The runners were the Pelethites. They were the runners. And the Kerethites were the cutters, right? Some of his like extra like bodyguard, right? The Pelethites and the Kerethites. But here, this one, his name is Pelet. Pelet in the Hebrew has a sense of swiftness, right? Pelet, like to flee or to be fast, right? It says B'nai, right? B'nai, sons of, so all of these were sons of Reuben. Reuben. Reu in Hebrew, Reu means like sea. So if I said to you, like you are, Reu, Reu mean like see y'all. It's like a command to you all to see. Remember his mama, right, Leah, right, when she had that first child for the patriarch Yaakov, what did she say? She was like, so happy. She's like, Reuben, right, Reuben, see your Ben, right, see your son, Reuben, right, see your Ben, Reuben, Reuben, Reuben. You can imagine, like a son is born and everything, and ones are saying, come, 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 see, there's a son, it's a son, Reuben, Reuben. Well, that became his name. Behold, a son. See a son. Right? Reuben. Right? Reuben. See y'all. Reu. Reu y'all. A Ben. Right? So all of these, they were sons of, right, those who joined. Right? But see how this seems like a little back to front, front to back, the translation here. Right? It says, now Korah, the son of Ishar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the sons of Pelet, sons of Reuben, took. See, the way it's written here, you have to ask, so like, who who took? Right? Did all of them take? Right? No, it's saying basically in the Hebrew, it would more read like Korah took, right? Like taking, right? Korah, and who is Korah? Son of Ishar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, right? Right? And he basically took like Datan, Abiram, right? They were brothers. Datan and Abiram, both of them were sons of Eliab, and On, he was a son of Pelet. But what Datan, Abiram, and On, what they all had in common is that they all are sons of Reuben. Now, why is this interesting and important here? Well, we have a conspiracy, a rebellion, right? They were thinking it was a revolution, but what they actually were doing was rebelling, right? They were deceiving themselves. You know what I'm saying? And so we have Datan and Abiram and On. These are like chief men of the tribe of Reuben. Why would the sons of Reuben do this? Because remember what happened to Reuben? Reuben, in a sense, lost his spot. Think about it. Reuben was the firstborn. That tribe had kind of, in a sense, lost its spot. Right? So think about this. Korah also, he's a son of Kohath, and they are the Levites. Right? They have a prominent position among the three clans of the Levites: the Kohathites, the Gershonites, and the Merarites. Right? But then Korah, in being part of the Kohathite clan, check this out. We also have Aaron. Aaron and Moshe, they all are of the same clan. So it's almost like saying that ones and ones who felt as though they were entitled, right? This they deserve this spot, right? Even though we already know that Yahweh has chosen and appointed Moshe, right, as well as Aaron. So Moses is appointed in that sense, and Aaron at this point is anointed. So they rising up against the appointed and the anointed. And what happened? Here's what they did. And they rose up before Moshe. Basically, when you read it in the Hebrew, it's almost like they got up in Moses' face. They went up into Moses' face. Somebody said, why you get up in my face? Yo, come out my face. Why you come up in my face? They rose up before Moses, but when you read it in the Hebrew, it's like they got up, they went up in Moses' face. You know what I mean? To say they confronted him, right? With certain of the children of Israel. I would say with certain of the uncertain, no, the certain of the B'nai Yisrael. So it's not just these here. These are like the ringleaders. And Korah is at the epicenter. Korah. So Korah here, feeling disenfranchised, right? He grabs along some of the elders, right? Some ones and ones who also feel disenfranchised among the sons of Reuben, right? The firstborn that had lost his spot, right? And they rose up before Moses with certain of the B'nai Yisrael. So that means they also were able to get certain other sons of Israel, right, to kind of join them in this. Now, you have to remember here from the previous Torah portion, after the spies were sent into the land, they already had they got adjudicated and they were judged, and they had to do a 40-year bid, right? In other words, they caught a case. The Israelites caught a case after the 12 spies and the 10 lies, or the 10 of them bringing back lies to discourage, right? So now they're thinking like, whoa, Chan, we have to get rid of Moses and Aaron. You know what I'm saying? And if we are now the ones, running this, we could, do what we want to do. So they rose up before Moshe with certain of the Bnei Yisrael, right? With some of the children of Israel. It doesn't tell us exactly what tribe they were from. So we can, safely infer that it didn't have to. Well, first of all, how many of them were there? 250 princes. Word. 250. Notice that it says princes. It didn't say just 250, just regular old guys. No, these are princes. Right? Now, why do we have to go here? So you can see what kind of men were these princes. The princes were Nasi. Remember we touched on this before, Nasi. Right? Nasi, right? Two ways of spelling it, fully spelled, right? And the short spelling, right? The full spelling with the Y, the short spelling with the I, Nasi, right? Nasi, they were Nisim as a plural sense. They were ones lifted up, right? Right? At least they see their role of being a prince is one lifted up. But we can tell they must have been lifted up in the way they were thinking. They were also ones that felt themselves entitled. See, Korah knew how to pick him, right? Think about it for a moment. After everything that has happened from chapter 11 right here, this is happening. 250 princes of the assembly, right? Of the Ada. These are men of the congregation. It's not just randoms. It's not randoms. Just any guys you just pick up somewhere. No. These are ones of the congregation. It's like we could say these are one of the church. They're of the church. They're of the. If we were to draw three circles, inner circle, right, or dot in the center, right, then another circle, right, and then another circle. They're where the dot is, right. This is the congregation. So that means when Yisrael says call the congregation, they're in that number. You see what I'm saying? They are in that number, right? They are in the gathering, right? They're not just any old, right? They're part of that inner, right? In other words, if you think about the tabernacle, not every Israelite could be in the tabernacle. You think about it for a moment, right? According to the numbers that we have here in the book of Numbers. So we have a sense of order. We have a sense of representation. So they are represented by their princes, by their leaders, by the ones they lift up to represent them. Check. So we have 250 princes of the Ada. They were famous. You saw that? They were famous, right? It wasn't like, well, who's that guy? No, people knew who these ones were, right? They were famous. They had a name. You see? So when we're saying that they were entitled, right? We're not just saying that, just making something up because it sounds this or that way. No, we are saying it. We are showing and proving it, both with the scripture, you know what I mean? And by the study of the scripture, right, there's a common sense. People talk about common sense, but no. In the study of the scripture, when we really are studying precept, line upon line, right? Precept upon precept, right? Here a little, there a little. There's a common sense, right, that we in common come to. Just like these ones here, right, they had a common sense about themselves too, because they were all part of the assembly. But they were not just any old people. They were princes, Nasim, and they were famous. They were Karim. They were Karim, Korim, right? They were Korim. They were those who were called upon. People called their names. Their names are called out. Like somebody say, yeah, I'm with so-and-so. Oh, word, so-and-so, the son of so-and-so. Oh, okay. Right? They were called, they were summoned, they were called ones. Right? Like, you're trying to get in that dance, right? And you can't get in. And you say, well, I know so-and-so. You mention that name. Okay. The gates open up. These are these sort of men. They were famous. They were called, right? Called where? In the congregation. They were called in the congregation, right? Here the Moed, in the appointed place, right? In the appointed place, right? In the appointment, right? So these are men that actually would represent, like I said, not all the Israelites could just crowd into the tabernacle and the courts based on the dimensions that we have. So they had representatives, right? Like for certain things, their representatives would represent them, right? Others would still gather around, but not everybody could be within the chatzir, right? In the courtyard, right? This is why when we study numbers and we see the breakdown of who was in what tribe, so forth and so on, this is not just random, right? This actually shows that there was organization. And this is what we have in the book of Numbers. A beautiful sense of organization is brought forward by Yahweh. And then look what happens. Chapter 11, the bankruptcy of the Exodus generation. And then from there to here, chapter 16, we get these rolling blackouts, these rolling rebellions. You know what I mean? And each one is kind of interesting and should be studied. Like I said, we're going to kind of circle around to the previous again and see, well, what is similar and what is different, but what is continuous, even right here. And notice they were famous in the congregation. That means they were called upon, Qorey, Qorey, Qorei, right? And they were men, right? Enosh, mortal men, right? Anashim, Enosh, they were men, right? Of renown. They were men of Shem. They were men of Shem. They were Shemites. No, you just don't understand. All right. And notice nowhere in the Bible even talk about Shemites. Nowhere in the Bible does it talk about Hamites. Nowhere in the Bible talk about Japhetites. Yeah, it talk about people who, according to the scripture, are descended from those antediluvial or post-flood patriarchs. But Shem in this sense is not talking about they're Shemites. No, this is talking about name. The word Shem means name. They were men of name, men of renown. They were men who had a name, and their name was called. They were both called in the congregation, right? Called up by this tribe, by that tribe. Remember when it says like these ones, they gave offerings, they would bring forward some offering. This one of the tribe, the prince of the tribe of such and such, will bring forth his offering. So when sometimes tribes would offer, right, their offering, especially in the wilderness. See, what was done in the wilderness becomes something different than what is done later on when they reach the land, and especially in temple times. Right? Because then even that's why the temple of both Solomon and the second temple and even Herod's the third temple was much bigger, right? They were much bigger, places so that it could accommodate. But here in the wilderness, it's a smaller place, so they would have their particular tribal representatives. So when each of the tribes wanted to give, say a gift or Thanksgiving or offering or whatnot, that tribe could do so through the appointed representative. Now, individuals doing sin or something or choosing to come forward individually, well, they're free. But it's not just everybody just bum rush, the tabernacle. But what we have here, right here is like a bum rushing, right? We have them bum rushing, right? Because these are bums, man. The Korah and them, they're bums. I mean, how could you be in that position and then you're gonna do what you do, right? Okay, that's why what happens to you is because you do what you do, and they gather themselves together. Word, right? They gather themselves together. This word kahal is an interesting word, gathering. In Hebrew, right? In the book of Acts, Stephen, the first martyr, right? One of the first martyrs. Stephen, one of the first. Yeshua is actually the first, but actually one of the first martyrs after Yeshua, right? We have Stephen. He says, and the angel that was with him in the church in the wilderness. So the word, right, kahal, and in another form of the word kehillah. The kehillah is like the church. The kahal, kehillah is the church. The root word is kahal. Kahal means to gather, right? To gather for or assemble, to assemble. Like it could be for religious, really just reasons. It could be for political reasons. You know what I mean? To summon an assembly, right? Like a gathering, a kahal. So the word kahal is also the operative word for what yous and others might call church. So like we keep saying, the church was not the building, but the church was when we all assemble. So all of us assemble together, we form a body, right? And then we either have or we appoint a head of this body. You see the sense? It doesn't matter the building. We could be outdoors, and all assemble in one place, and we have a head or we appoint one to be a head, right? So that's the head of this body, this kahal, this assembly that has been summoned, right? Could be summoned for war. It could be summoning assembly for judgment or for really just or righteous purposes, or like these clowns here for wicked purposes. Yeah, I know I'm saying it like that. Say, why you call them clowns? Because in the context, we're getting example of, Adam and Eve. They say, well, wanted to know, or Eve and Adam, put in that order since she took the lead. They wanted to know good and evil. Well, this is in the Torah study. We're learning about that which is good and that which is no good, right? So to do the good, that's beautiful, right? That's righteous, that's wise, right? To do the evil, that's foolish, that's clowning, right? That's buffoonery, right? Because look what they're doing. In the position that they all are in, Reuben, firstborn, nothing can take it from the Reuben or the tribe of Reuben, right? Although Reuben lost his spot, and that reflected on the tribe somewhat, but they still are Israelites, right? And Korah is a Kohathite. The Kohathites have the unique responsibility to carry and to be near those holy things. I mean, notice regular Israelites could not even, be in that position of the Levites. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But anyway, this is what happened. They gathered themselves together. They formed the church. Right? See, this is what happens even among the camps. Remember, we're talking about numbers. Numbers talking about camps. Notice how a lot of the Hebrew Israelites, they form themselves up in camps. Right? Do you do it this way? Right? And they gather themselves together against Moses and against Aaron. Right? So in a sense, their gathering was effectively against the Lord and against his anointed. Now you said, well, what do you say, Moses? Am I saying Moses the Lord? No, Moses is not Yahweh, but Moses is the chief representative of Yahweh. Right? Don't you know? Right? I don't know what more to say. Sometimes we don't really put things together. You know what I'm saying? To understand why this is so serious. Why Yahweh, why his response to this rebellion. Right? Remember, Moses and Aaron had just pleaded for them, right? Just a little earlier. They were about to die in the previous Torah portion because of their foolishness, their rebellious foolishness, right? Against Aaron and against Aharon, right? And remember that Moses was made a god, right? There's, or Elohim, a judge, right, to Pharaoh, right? But besides all of that, Moshe is the one. I mean, think about this for a moment. Just reading the narrative, you say, what kind of people can do? What kind of people act this way, right? What kind of people return, right, evil for good? You know what I mean? Moses did them good, right? He said to Moses, "Step back, Moses, right? Let me destroy this people as one man." And Moses starts to plead bargain for them again, not the first time, again. And even the previous Torah portion, they turned around wanted to rebel again. Right after they ran up into the mountain, Moses said, "Don't go up in there. The Lord is not with you." And they went ahead and got beat. Right? He said, "What's wrong? Were they deaf? They hard of hearing?" Yeah, they were hard of Shema. They were hard of Shema Yisrael. Right? That's what they were hard of, against Moses and against Aaron, and said to them, right? Now this is the part. This is the part. We just want to chew our food right here. Some people swallow it and gulp it down. You know what I mean? They don't chew their food. You know what I mean? And it comes out the same, right? It says, too much. Y'all take too much upon you. Can you imagine that? These guys are saying to Moses and Aaron that y'all take too much on you. Oh, you want to help us out? For real? Seeing, but here. Seeing, what are they seeing, right? Seeing all the congregation holy. Pause on that, right? Pause on that right there. Definitely got to get to some more audibles right here, some like a laugh track. This is where the laugh track should be inserted, when you read this part, right? And they said to them, too much, right? Rob. What they say to Moses and Aharon? They say, Rob. Right? Not rob like you rob somebody, but rob. Too much, enough. Rob, much, enough. Rob, right? Enough, right? Upon you. There's enough upon you. Moses and Aaron, right? In the sense, there's too much upon you, right? We want to lessen that. right? Well, they're going to get a lesson right here. But notice why they say this. They say the reason why y'all are taking too much on y'all, right? Right? Seeing all the congregation are holy. They basically declare that all the congregation of Israel is already Kedoshim. They are already Kadash. They're already Kedoshim. This is like, this reminds me of what it says in the prophet, holier than thou. The whole holier than thou, right? But here they're saying that the whole congregation is holy. Word? Now, see, in the context, right, Moses is set apart, right? But particularly Aaron as the high priest and his sons are set apart. But here, in their flip mode, right, the attempted coup right here, they are saying that, right, the whole congregation is holy. You see what I'm saying? Right? That's why it says in Hosea, like the people, like the priests, like the people, right? Like the priests, like the people, because later on, this is what people do. They pick and choose their so-called religious leaders, right? You know what I mean, in a sense. And here's what they're seeking to do, right? Yahweh already appointed who's who, but they're saying, listen, we all are holy, right? You think you're special? We holy, really. They holy. They said all the they didn't say, oh, some of us are, but they said everybody's holy. Word. Every one of them, right? Not just they said the whole congregation is holy. Look, the whole Ada. Remember I took that word Ada? The Ada, the congregation, the gathering, right? Up here, it says right here, it says, and 250. So notice, we have Korah, we have Datan, we have Abiram, and we have On together with the 250, right? Princes. I gotta say fools, because these are fools here, right? Of the assembly, of the what? Of the Ada, right? Of the Ada. Now look over here. They say they gather themselves together, right? And they say, you take too much on Rab, right? There's Rab, right? Seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them. All the what? All the Ada are holy. So they basically were declaring, right, these 250, right, princes that joined them in their full revolution as being holy. Basically, they're saying that, listen, Aaron, Moses, Aaron, you ain't special. You ain't special. We all special. We all holy. These guys here, right? They notice. Imagine this. See if you can see this with me. You have 250, right? You have 250, right? Versus how many? How many with Aaron and Moses? How many? Just Moses and Aaron. So there's 250 on this side, and there's 2 on this side. Talk about gang. All right, me not gang bang. I don't gang bang. Not gang. All right, not gang. Get the strap. All right, get the strap. Right, you gotta beat them. I mean, look what they are saying. No, for real. See, some people read through it, right, real fast. They don't take no breaks. It's like somebody driving down the road. They don't care about a yellow light, a yield light, a red light. They're just speeding, right? But we're gonna take our time, right? It says too much upon you, right? And when it says you, it's saying Moses and Aaron, right? Seeing all the congregation, which congregation? The congregation of the 250 men, right? In their gang. Gang. We know gang, right? Everybody, every one of them, right? And Yahweh among them. Oh my goodness. See, this is a mic drop moment. That's the mic drop moment, right? I mean, you can drop mic at too much upon you, right? If you don't drop it there, seeing all the congregation holy, you got to drop it. No, you're gonna hold on. Every one of them. Oh man, it's like at that point you want to throw down the mic. Not just drop it, you want to slam it on the ground. But at this point, how can you resist? And Yahweh among them? Really? Are you sure? Right? How are you sure? Right? Were they sure? Right? They probably thought, look how many dudes we got. All these men are men, they are called, right? They're Korim, right? These are men who are called. These are men of the Shem. They are Anshe Shem. They are men of name. These men got name in the camp. They got reputation. You don't know my name? You don't know my name? They probably was saying a lot of that. You don't know my name? Right? Then, wherefore then lift y'all up yourselves. Word. they're saying to Aaron, to Moses and Aaron, that they are lifting up themselves, right? They should have just said, "Thus saith the Lord," right? And got deaded on right then. They should have said that, just seal up with that. But I guess because the Lord is among them, or so they believe, right? They believe, right, that the Lord was among them. Now they get the courage after saying that. You know what I mean? After you say that, then you get a little more courage to say, "Wherefore then? So why you're lifting up yourselves among the congregation of Yahweh?" So now they give people an impression that they're speaking for Yahweh. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the temptation of Messiah, right? Robeno, Adoneno, Yeshua HaNotri in the wilderness. It reminds me of that, Yeshua, right? The temptation, right? It's like they now are trying to flip the script, right? They're trying to flip the script right here, right? Wherefore then do you lift yourselves up? Because remember, if we all are holy, let's take that basic premise, right? The congregation, notice the congregation, right, represented by these 250, right, conspirators, right here, right, they're holy, every one of them. Remember, they stepped to Moses and Aaron with 250 dudes, right, of the tribes of Israel, right? And Datan and probably Abiram, maybe they took turns. One said this part, one said that part, but this is what they said, right? They say, "Wherefore do you lift up yourselves among the above, up and away, above the congregation, above the kahal," right? Remember, they assemble themselves together, they kahal, right? And they're saying that it's actually, we're not doing nothing wrong because we all are holy. Every one of them, right? To say every one of us, right? And Yahweh is among them to say Yahweh is amongst us. Therefore, y'all are doing something wrong because y'all are lifting yourselves up in a way above the congregation of Yahweh, right? After they finished that right there, they probably felt good about themselves. They were like, yeah, right? It is much for you, right? Y'all take. It is much for you. It is Rob. And now, what did Moses do? Now, Moses heard their speech here. Did he go and say, "No, you're not. Let's debate. Let's debate on it. No, this is going to be a debate," right? Did he? No. Moses heard. When he heard it, right? Notice this, right? Because this right here is also a principle. Sometimes when you get reproached, right? It says, "Blessed are you." Right, when you reproach and reviled, and they say all manners of evil against you, right, rejoice and be exceedingly glad. Or you could take this alternative route, right? He fell upon his face. I gotta pray, man, right? Because they're lifting up themselves, right? And they're saying that Moses is lifting up himself above them, right? And so Moses said, "I'm gonna humble myself," right? You know what I'm saying? Y'all are lifting yourselves up, right? Y'all are confused. And he spake to Korah, right? And he spake to Korah, right, the ringleader, and to all, see what it says? His company. This is his clique, right? This is his gang, right? His gang, right? The Edah. Notice what it says right here. It's all of his Edah. You see, as a narrative comes out, it begins step by step to really paint a bigger picture. See, when most people read it, they might get some things, but they miss some things here, right? Here, it is his congregation. This is his crew. Right, you know what I mean? And Moses understood that. I see you got all these dudes with you, right? I hear what you're saying, and I actually know what you're doing. You know what I mean? I know what you're really trying to do right here, right? And so now we're gonna get some conversation, right? He had to pray first, right? He had to pray first, right? He had to say a little prayer, for these people right here, right? So right here. Let's just do this here. Give me one moment right here. Give me one moment. Let's see if I get this here. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. So what did Moses, right? What did Moses say? Right. So we know that the company here, right, the 250 dudes, that's what he took. Remember from the beginning, and Korah took, right? He took advantage of the situation. So Moses, right, it says, and Moses, spake to Korah, to all of his company, saying, this is not what he said, but he probably should have said this, right?
I am not gang. I am not gang. I am not gang. I do not gang bang. But play me like I'm pussy, I will pull up and bang bang, bang bang bang, bang bang.
I am not gang. No, Moses is Robino Moses. Much more honorable than that, right? Right? He says even tomorrow. He says let's set a date for this. Let's set a date for this, right? You want a showdown and a throwdown? All right, let's set a date for it. Even tomorrow, Yahweh will show you tomorrow who are his, right? He says, even tomorrow, Yahweh will show who his. In the Brit Chadash it says, and the Lord knows who are his. You know what I mean? Well, Yahweh is going to show you, right? He's going to show you, right? But see, in the Hebrew, it's from the root yada, right? The root word is yada, right? In the form here, it's not yada, but let's go through here, right here, right? It says, why daber illa Korach wa illa kola adato lemor, and he said one more time,
I am not gang. I am not gang. I am not gang. I do not gang bang. But play me like I'm pussy, I will pull up and bang bang, bang bang bang.
All right.
Come be a part of.
Jay, Atlanta Jewish Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Why daber el Korah wa illa kol adato lemor boker. He says boker, the dawning, the morning, the boker. He didn't say boker tov. He didn't say good morning. No, he was like boker. At the break of day, right? The break of light, right? Boker with Yoda Yahweh, with Yoda. He's gonna Yoda you, right? Yoda, right? He's gonna cause you to know. Yoda. Here we go. Let's see if we have the breakdown here. Which form? There goes. It's the po'al form, right? To cause to know. Yoda, right? With Yoda Yahweh, with Yoda Yahweh, right? With Yoda Yahweh, and Yahweh is gonna cause you to know. Et asher lo, right? Et asher lo, who is his, right? Et is the definite object marker. What he's going to show you. What is he going to yodah you? He's going to yodah you, asher, those who are, right? Lau, those who are his. He's going to show you those who are his. And not stopping there, and who is holy. Right? And who holy. He's going to show you who his and who holy. Yahweh will show you who his and who holy. And will cause, and he's going to cause, right, to come near to him. Come on, come near, even whom he have chosen, right? See, Moses could have said, I'm the chosen people. I'm the chosen person. No. Let Yahweh shoot, right? Who his, right? And who holy. People be arguing like, I'm of Yahweh, you are not. I'm holy and you are not. Well, Yahweh will show you who his and who holy, and will cause, right, to come near to him, right? Even whom he have chosen will he cause to come near to him, right? Now, here's where it connects with the incense, the Aishans, right? The Aishans. We could pause here because this is just one point we want to bring out, just this opening part, right? This is like the opening part of the movie. Right, this is like the opening part. So like after the credits and everything, this is like how it begins. This episode here, this Torah reading and feeding here. But just to push a little bit further, he says, "This do, right? Take." Notice to keep the operative word take. Since you like taking, right, Korah? Since you like taking, right? Okay, this is what you should do. This is not what you should, but this do, right? Take you census. Right? Take your senses, you know what I mean? Like take your chalices. No. Machta, right? Your machta. Take your machta, right? Your machta, your fire holder, your censer, your fire pan, your snuff dish. Take your tray, right? Korah, right? And all his company. Notice how Moshe spoke this. He says, this do. He's talking to Korah specifically. Take you census, Korah, and all his company. Almost like talking to, not even talking to the company of these Israelites. They're dead men walking. You know what I mean? All his company, right? It's almost like he's talking like in the third person, talking directly to Korah, but about his crew, Adato, his company, you know, and do what? And put fire therein. Fire burn. Put fire therein, and put incense. You know, so notice it's almost like a test here. The test is going to be about the Aishans, right? The Aishans, and put therein Aishans. You know what I mean? That's what you got to burn. You know, we always advise ones, make sure you burn responsibly. Got to burn responsibly, you know, or you might get burned, right? And here it says, and put Aishans in them before Yahweh. Tomorrow, Yahweh will show you tomorrow who are his. So this do, right? And it shall be, right? The man, right? The man, the who, the man, the ish, the man, the ish, the man whom Yahweh doth choose. Who is the chosen? Who is the elect? The elect of God, whom Yahweh doth choose. He, not y'all, not they, but he, holy. You see this right here? He is Kadosh. He is Kadosh. He Kadosh, right? Too much. Now he flips it back on them, because then he says, y'all take too much on you. No. Y'all take too much upon you, your sons of Levi, right? Your sons of Lewi, right? Isn't it interesting? Notice how he ends off there, you sons of Levi. This is Moses speaking to Korah. Now Korah was there, but he was there with 3 Reubenites. Did Moses say anything about Reuben? Not just yet, because we read on in the narrative, right? In the narrative, right? It's like Moses, he tried to shout out Reuben and, not Reuben, but the sons of Reuben, Datan and Abiram, right? He's trying to say, yo, come up, let's reason, right? But they refused to. Bad choice, right? And Moshe said to Korah, hear, Shema, right? I pray the I, or Shema'u, right? Hear y'all, right? I pray the I, y'all sons of Levi, right? He says, a small thing. So that means maybe some of them were even Levites. But he says, a small thing to you, in addition to Korah. A small thing. Is it a small thing? Is it ma'at, tinish, ma'at? Is it a little something to you that the Elohei Yisrael, that the Elohim of Yisrael have separated you from the congregation of Israel? Look at that. You remember the 12 tribes were numbered in the beginning of Numbers, and then Levite was not to be included in that number, but to be separate. But Korah, now in his rebellion, he grabs along Datan, Abiram, and On, right? And then 250 men of the Bnei Yisrael, right? And now Moses, in his response, he zooms in on the sons of Levi, right? And he says, is it a small thing to you that the God of Israel, the Elohei Yisrael, have done what? Has badal, separated you from the congregation of Israel. And notice that Korah, in his rebellion, he brings in Reubenites who have no place in the holy place as to the service. Check, right? To bring you near to himself to do the service. Here he's speaking to the sons of Levi, right? To do the service, to do the aboda, or the aboda, to do the service of the tabernacle of the Mishkan. What's the Mishkan? It's the dwelling place, the Shakan place, the place of Yahweh's Shak and Or, of his Shekinah, right? His Shak and Or, right? The tabernacle, the Mishkan of Yahweh, and to stand, to Ahmad. Here's where we get the Amida, the standing prayer. What, like Robeno said, and when you'll stand praying, forgive, right? And to stand, lifnei, and to stand before the congregation. So what Moshe is saying is that you don't even know your duty and responsibility, yo. You got this all backward, right? Right? You think it's a small thing, right? Right? So you want to join up, hitch up with the firstborn, some of the sons from the firstborn son, because Moses knew what was going on. He knew the play, right? Do you see the play? Do you see the play right here? Right? Moses is breaking it down. He's saying that it's not a small thing. Right, he separated you from the congregation, but now you're going to get wrapped up with these ones from the congregation in this rebellion, right? But he chose you separate as the sons of Levi to bring you near to himself, to bring you karav, right? You can come near. These ones can't come near. They can't come near, right, the altar without suffering some damage, right? But he brings you near to himself to do the abodah, to do the service of the Mishkan, the dwelling place of Yahweh, and to Ahmad, to do the Amida, the standing, even the standing prayer, lifnei, before the congregation, to minister, right? You are to minister to them, right? The Levites were to minister to the tribes of Yisrael, the congregation of the sons of Israel. Not that the Levites and the sons of Israel, they all going to minister together, and that's not the order. Y'all are out of order, right? And he have brought thee near, right? Emphasize that nearness. See, the 12 tribes, they didn't have that nearness in the Sinai covenant, not after the molten calf, right? They lost that after the molten calf, right? And he hath brought thee near, and all thy brethren. Which brethren? The other Israelites? No, it's saying the sons of Levi, the B'nai Lewi, with thee. And seek y'all the priesthood also. So some of the rebels here are also some of the sons of Levi, right? Remember that all of the priests, right, were Levites, but not all of the Levites were priests. The priesthood, the kahuna, right? Here we have the word for priesthood, the kahuna. The kahuna was to be Aharon, the anointed Aaron, and his anointed sons. Check, right? For this cause, because for this cause thou, the I, and all thy company are gathered together against Yahweh. Moses is saying to them, is this what you're doing? Is this what we're doing? This is what you're doing, right? All right, for this cause. Can, right? Can. So, thus, can, right? Thus, right? Like this. Is it correct? Can? Is it the correct? Right? This is an interesting word. Can, right? Can, right? Can, or more emphatically, can, right? It also means right, just, and honest and true. Like in Hebrew, if we chatting and we say Cain, Cain, Nachon, it's Cain. Like Nachon, it's correct. This is correct, Cain. Right? It's right. It's true. Right? He's asking a question. Is this for real? For real? Thou and all thy company and all these. It's almost like Korah was trying to set up his own kind of priesthood, right? Or you are gathered together against Yahweh. Now remember, in the earlier part, it says they were gathering together against Moses and Aaron. But gathering together against Moses and Aaron is gathering themselves together against Yahweh. Check. That's why he asked, he says, what is Aharon? What is Aaron? That you'll murmur against him, right? That you'll murmur, lean, noon, right? This word has a twofold sense. You grumble and complain. That sense. You're grumbling and complaining against him, right? And now here's the part. This part I mentioned. I just want to get to this part here. And Moshe sent to call Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, that said, we will not come up. They said, we're not going to aliyah up, right? Notice what happened here. Moses is trying to shout them out and say, yo, come, let's reason on this. And they're like, nah, we ain't talking to you, son. We ain't talking to you. We're not going to come up. Right? To go to the sanctuary, the tabernacle was like going up to the mount. going up to like Mount Sinai, even though it was on level of ground, but it was the higher place because it's the holy place. They said, we're not going to Aliyah. We're not going to Allah, right? Aliyah. We're not going to come up, right? A small thing that thou hast brought. Now notice this right here, right? They send back a message, right? That we're not going to come up. But here, let me tell you this. A small thing that thou has brought us up out of the land that floweth with milk and honey. Now notice, he's saying about the small thing. You know what I'm saying? Right? And now they now over here and they know what's being said and they flip it around. They try to flip it around. They try to say, is it a small thing? Ma'at, ma'at. You know, like you say something and then somebody responds to you in the very same way you began off your, and the same tone and words, but the meaning is turned, right? A small thing that thou hast brought us up, right? That thou hast caused us to Allah, to Aliyah up out of the land that flow for milk and honey. Wow. It's all blasphemy. And here they're talking about Mitzrayim, right? Here they're talking about Egypt. See, the whole point is that we're going to a land that flows with milk and honey. And in their deranged way of thinking, in their mental disorder, they are basically saying that, no, you think it's a small thing, a little thing, that you have brought us up from the land that flows with milk and honey. You're talking about we're going to the land of milk. No, you think it's a little thing, right? You already brought us from the land, right? To kill us in the Midbar. What? Right? The word here for kill, mut. Well, this is just the verb root in the past tense sense, but to dead on us, the more proper translation in the force of the Hebrew, he's saying this. He's saying that, do you think this is a small thing, right? That you have brought us up out of the land that flow from milk and honey to dead on us. You brought us up from there to dead on us. You want to dead on us in the Midbar. Remember that the book is called Midbar, right? This is the book of Numbers, and also they're in the Midbar, right? This is the 40-year experience time, right? In the wilderness, right? Except thou make thyself altogether a prince over us. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Now notice, you remember it said the princes of the congregation, right? Earlier on, and the word there is nasi in the singular and nasim in the plural sense. Here we have the word sarar, right? To make yourself a sarar, right? Sarar means, it's actually the root of the name Yisrael. I know you be hearing a lot of people say Yashar, Shar, and all this kind of stuff. In these ways, right? Kia tisa tarer, right? To make yourself they're saying right here, to make yourself, like to act as a prince, not literally the word prince, but to act as a prince, a ruler, like over us, right? To like act the part, how do you act like a prince? To exercise dominion, right? To exercise dominion over us. We know what you're up to, Moses. That's what they're trying to say, right? We know what you're up to, right? Moreover, on top of all that, right? Thou hast not brought us into a land that flows with milk and honey. So they just said that you took us from the place that flows with milk and honey, but you have not brought us to a land that flows with milk and honey, or given us inheritance of fields, right? And vineyards. Hear them talking. To give us inheritance, to give us a nachala, possession. You have not brought us to give us possession. We don't got the fields in the vineyard. Where are they, Moses? Where's that? Wilt thou put out the eyes of these men? You try to act like we're blind, Moses. We can't see what you're up to. We know what you're up to, man. You know, we know what you're up to, dog. Right? We will not come up. We will not aliyah up. We're not going to come up. We're going to stay just where we at, right? We're not going to come up, right? You want to bore out. You want to gouge out our eyes, right? Act like we stupid. We can't see what's going on. And Moses, look what it says. And Moses, right? What happened? And Moses was very wroth. Moses was very chara. He was hot, furious. I mean, wouldn't you be? What are these Israelites saying? Right? He was heated. Right? You know, he blazed up, right? And said to Yahweh, what did he say to Yahweh? He said, respect not thou their offering. Whoa, right? Pana. See the word pana? This is the verb. Pana means to turn. But pana also is the root of panim, to face, right? Like to turn the face, right? The implications to face. What he's saying right here when he says, respect not their offering, don't turn your face to it, like turn your face away from it. It's almost like somebody's giving you a gift, like an appeasement gift. When they bring the appeasement gift, look away. Like, I'm not receiving this, right? I'm going to look somewhere else. Respect not their offering. Respect not their mincha, right? Their offering. I have not taken one ass, right? They say don't curse, but one ass. I have not taken one ass from them. Neither have I hurt. Have I hurt one? I haven't even hurt one of them. Look at the word for hurt. Ra'ah. He's basically saying I have not been evil to even one of them. Evil, hurt, evil. Hebraically the same thing. I have not been displeasing, injurious, wicked. I have not injured them, not one of them. I have not hurt. I have not hurt one of them. I have not done mischief, not even to one of them. I have not break, shatter, not even one of them. Right? Check. Right? He says, and Moses said to Korah, be thou and all thy company lifnei Yahweh. Be before in the face of, get ready to face Yahweh. Thou and they and Aaron tomorrow. He's like, okay, forget about going back and forth, right? Moses I can keep going back and forth, and neither should we, right? And he says, take every man his censer and put aishins in them and bring y'all before Yahweh. Every man his censer, right? All y'all bring your chalices, right? 250 censers. Thou also, right? And Aharon, each his censer. So all of them, they're going to bring their censers, right? And they took every man his censer, and they put fire in them and laid aishins thereon and stood in the door. Notice where they stood. They stood in the petach, right? The doorway into the tabernacle, right? The doorway of the tabernacle, the petah, right? They stood in the petah of the Ohel Moed, the tent of meeting, with Moshe and Aharon, right? And Korah gathered all the congregation against them to the petah of the Ohel Moed, the tabernacle of the congregation, or literally the tent of the meeting, and the glory and what? And the kavod, and the glory of Yahweh appeared to all the congregation. And what happened next? And Yahweh spake to what? Spake to Moshe and to Aaron, saying, what? Separate yourselves from among this congregation. Badal, remember the same word? That when Moses said, you think it's a small thing that you were separate? Now Yahweh, hearing what Moses said to them, he said, all right, I'll go with that. Separate yourself from among them. You must do that, right? That I may consume them in a moment, right? That I may what? Now remember, this is similar to the language that he spoke to about the congregation in the previous Torah portion, after they were deceived and started to believe the lies and slander about the land, right? That I may consume them in a moment. And what happened? And they fell upon their faces and said, right? Right? The Elohim of the spirits, the Elohim of the Ruach is spirit, in the Hebrew Ruchot, Elohei, right? Of Ha-Ruchot, of the spirits of all flesh. Shall one man sin? And wilt thou be wroth with all the congregation? It's like Moses is like a real attorney, a real Hebrew. I can't call him a Jewish. I can't say he was Jewish because he was of the tribe of Judah, but he's a real, right, Hebrew or Israelite, attorney, advocate here. You hear what Moses is saying? Moses and Aaron, they fell on their faces and he made a prayer, right? He made a prayer, a prayer right here, right? And he said, shall one man sin? This only one man is ucking up here. Who do you think that one man is? It's this Korah, right? Korah. And will thou be wroth with all the congregation? Who's the congregation? The 250 others. You see what I'm saying? Because Moses, no doubt, he thinks that Korah should know better, because Korah, right, is a Levite. And Yahweh spake to Moshe, saying, speak to the congregation, saying, right, get you up from about the tabernacle, right, from about the tabernacle, the Mishkan. Remember, the Mishkan is the dwelling place, right, the shock and awe place of Yahweh, the Mishkan, where the Shekinah dwells, the Mishkan, right? He says, get you up from about the tabernacle, right, right. Now here of Korah, Datan, and Abiram, right? The tabernacle, the dwelling place of Korah, Datan, and Abiram, right? Where he's not dwelling, right? You know, they're trying to make an alternative tabernacle, right? You know, they're trying to like change things up. They were trying to start their own camp. You know what I mean? And Moses rose up and went to Datan and Abiram. Notice this right here. So when Yahweh told Moses to speak to the congregation, saying, get you from about the tabernacle of Korah, Datan, and Abiram, I guess Moses thought, well, you know, I already spoke to Korah. Let me speak to Datan and Abiram. There must be some misunderstanding here. So Moses rose up and went to Datan and Abiram, and get that, and the Ziknei Yisrael and the elders of Israel followed him, right? And he spake to the congregation, right, saying, depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men. He wasn't parsing his words. These Rishaim, they're criminal, they're guilty, they're wicked, right? And touch nothing of theirs. Leave everything they got alone, right? Don't covet nothing of theirs, lest y'all be consumed in all their sins. It's not an interesting sense, right? Because if they're wicked men, then don't touch anything of theirs, right? Like to touch anything of theirs, you might be consumed in all their sins. You might have just wanted to get something that was theirs. Think that, well, they're wicked. I could do this, use this righteously. But if you do, right, you're going to get consumed in all this. You're going to be, you know, it's like the other people stole the stuff, right? They stole whatever, say they stole some whatever, right? And then they give you some of that. You touch some of that. Then when they look for the property or the money or whatever was stolen, they find that you got some of this. And you, oh, well, I just took some of it, but those guys, the criminals, they're the Rishaim. I'm not the ones who robbed the place, but you got the goods. What they call that? An accomplice. Therefore, you get consumed. And you want to take the stuff, touch the stuff, well, you can get consumed. Notice the word is naga, right? And this comes from related to the nega, right? That's why they like nigga. Well, here's the naga'a. Naga'a means to touch, right? Naga'a. It also can mean to be stricken. Like the plague of leprosy is called the nigga sarat, or the nega'a sarat, the nega'a sarat, or if we just speak plain English, the nigga sarat, the plague of leprosy. But this comes from the word meaning to touch. Right? So you gotta watch what you touch, yeah, and watch what you allow yourself to get touched by, lest y'all be consumed in all of their sins. But I didn't do it. But you wanted to use accomplice. That's why leave them alone. So they got up from the tabernacle of Korah. Now the people heard this, they were like, okay, you don't have to say it twice, Moshe. Datan and Abiram, these three. Notice this pseudo trinity, this counterfeit trinity, Korah, Datan, and Abiram, right? This triad. This is a bad exercise of trying to triad, right, against Yahweh's appointed and anointed on every side. So everybody just dash away, right? And Datan and Abiram came out. They're like, what's going on here? Why are you guys getting away from us? And they stood in the door of their tents. Hey, what's going on here? And their wives and their sons and their little children. And Moshe said, hereby, hear ye, hereby y'all shall know that Yahweh have sent me. Right? Yahweh sent me, have sent me to do all these works, for not of mine own mind. It's not of my own, you see the word for mind? It's not of my own heart. It's not of my own intent. Now here's the part. If these men die, are deaded on the common death, In other words, if these men are deaded on, mut, right, the common mavet or mawet, the common death of all men. You know, they get old, and they die and whatnot, or like men do, right? Or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, the visitation, the idea of the visitation of death, you know what I mean? Of all men, like all Adam, actually all men here is Adam. Notice over here, right? This is Adam. Men here is Adam, right? So it's saying, if these men die, the common death of all Adam, or if they be visited after the visitation of all Adam, Yahweh have not sent me. Basically saying, if these men live out their lives, right? As they die, as every man dies, just in a usual way, something takes them away. They got this old, whatever. But, on the other hand, if Yahweh make a new thing, can you say new thing? Right? Tell your neighbor, new thing. But notice this word, beria, beria. That's not Yah. It's beria, beria. Not beria, but beria. Get the pause for the cause. Beria, beria. What is beria? Beria is creation. Beria. I know others will say, no, it's really because you don't know Hebrew. But beria, and you're unteachable. Beria, a creation, something created. Beria, beria, right? Right? A beria, right? A marvel, a creation, right? But create something new. Create another condition, right? Another condition. Create another condition, right? And the what? And the earth opened her mouth. Yes, the earth is she, right? Earthquakes is her opening her mouth and swallow them up with all that to them, with all that is theirs. And they go down quick. Now, this doesn't mean the quick here don't mean that they go down fast, speedily, right? But chai. The quick in the sense is like they go down alive. Not that the earthquake and they die and then their bodies go down. No, that they go down while living, right? Into the pit. Into the what? Into the pit. Into, no, see that false translation, into Sheol, into the underworld, right? This conception among ancient peoples, the underworld, the underground, right? The Sheol, right? The Duat. In ancient Egypt, they call it the Duat. When they call it Duat, that's interesting right there when you think about it. How many ancient peoples had these conceptions. The Hebrew Sheol, right? Somewhat likened to the Mitzrayim, the Duat, right? It's an ancient. Then the Greeks have Hades, the same idea, right? Yeshua speaks about it with Lazarus and the rich man that wore purple like the IUIC. He liked to wear purple like they wore purple. Remember the rich man, right? And they both had died, right? And the poor man Lazarus, he was in the bosom of Abraham, and the rich man was in torment. That's the place there. That place is known Hebraically as Sheol, right? Then y'all shall understand that these men have provoked Yahweh, right? So basically, Moses, the way he's speaking here is not that he's special, right? Not that this is really against him. Even if y'all are against my position, y'all are really against him, because it's he who sent me and put me in this position. And it came to pass. What happened? It came to pass that he has made an end of speaking. So when he got to the last, right, all these words, that the ground, the what? The Adama. They're gonna Adama, Adama. Is Adama Adam's mama? Is Adama Adam's mama? Right? The Adama, the reddish brown ground. But after he finished speaking all these words, that the ground clave. She clave asunder. Baka. The ground she split. The ground she split. That under them. So the ground under them split, right? Not there, right? The ground under them split. And what happened? And the earth, the eretz, the earth, the land, the earth, the eretz, scroll down here. You see it's a noun feminine, the earth, right? And the eretz opened her mouth and swallowed them up. Took a bite, out of crime, out of this sin, this uckery, bala'ah. She swallowed, gulped them down. She ate them up, right? And their houses, right? Their baitim, their bayits, right? And all the men, the Adams, all the Adams, all the men that, right, to Korah, and all goods and everything they had, all of their rikush, I didn't say kush, but rikush. Rikush is like whatever they had, their property. In general, it's like movable goods, goods that could be moved, like livestock, store utensils, movable goods, right? Went down. Property, their property, what they had gathered up went down. Let's get to verse 33. They and all that to them went down alive into the pit, false translation, Sheol, the underworld, right? And the earth closed upon them, and they perished from among the congregation. Right? Wow. And what happened when Israel saw this, right? When all Israel that were round about them, they saw that, they fled at the cry of them. Can you imagine the ground opening up and everything? The ground is like almost like eating them up, right? And they screaming out as they're going down to Sheol, right? For they said, lest the earth swallow us up. So when they saw that, though they were a distance away, they made haste. They jetted. You know what I mean? And that wasn't all. The earth, there was an earthquake, and there came out a fire. Came what? A fire. A fire from Yahweh, and consumed the 250 men that offered Aishans. Note the language. A fire came, right? And there came out a fire from Yahweh and consumed. Now, what does it mean that it came from Yahweh? It came from, right? It came from, some say, either the altar or it came from the ark. Remember where they were standing? They were standing in front of the Petah, right? Not Petah from ancient Egypt, but the Petah. This means a door opening, right? Opening of the tabernacle, right? But it came out from Yahweh, right? So Yahweh, it didn't say it came down from heaven. No, it came either from the altar, but likely from the ark, right? It came from the ark. We'esh yatzah me'et Yahweh, and the fire, the Aish, right? Yatzah, yeah, from either the ark or the altar, right? Probably likely maybe the altar, right? Depending if the curtains were there, right? The curtains probably were not drawn back, so likely it was the altar, right? Where Aish, right? Because who lit the altar? It was Yahweh, yeah? Where Aish yatzah me'eta Yahweh, wa tokal, and ate, wa tokal, ate ha hamishim, ate the 50, u ma tayim, the 50 and the 50 and and 200, two me'ah. So here it says ma'atayim, yim, right? So it's the me'ah, me'at, and it's the yim. So it's basically saying 100 twice with the yod me, right? So it's like the 50 and the 100 doubled, right? Which was 200. Ish, men, right? Makribe, who had brought near, Makribe, who had kara, Makribe, the bringers forth, right? Ha ketoret, that brought forward the Aishans, right? That brought forward the Aishans. So here. And Yahweh spake to Moshe, saying, speak to Eleazar, the son, right, of Aharon HaKohen, that he take up the censers out of the burning. So notice, these men were burnt. They were consumed, right? And then the instruction went to Eleazar, Elijah, Old Testament Lazarus, Eleazar, right, the son of Aaron the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning. Can you imagine? It's almost like, like they were burned, but the censers were among their burning bodies, right? And to take those censers and to scatter thou the fire yonder, for they are hallowed. In other words, to take the censers. So these men have been burnt, no doubt, like their brothers were. Remember Nadab and Abihu, right? When they wanted to offer strange fire, right? To burn, right? To take the censers and to like dash out the fire out the censers, right? Yonder, like over there, right? Haleah, like over there. Haleah, like over yonder. Where to take this? Haleah, over there. Haleah, right? For, but notice this part. He says, for they are what? They are Kadash. So they were saying before that they were holy, but now after they got burnt, now are they holy, right? The senses of these sinners. Get this here. Get this point here. The senses, right? The fire pans of the sinners, right? Chataim, against their own souls, right? Well, who they sin against? They sinned against their own souls. Make them broad plates. In other words, take the senses that they were trying to offer the Aishans, right? Right? And from them, make broad plates for the covering of the altar. That means that it no doubt was the altar. It was from the altar that the fire. So as they were standing there doing their goofiness, right? The fire came and burned their goofin. Goof in Hebrew means body. A body, goof. So goofin. So they were really goofy, right? And they got their goofy burnt, right? So no doubt the fire came from there, because now the senses that they were using, right? Eleazar is now instructed. They're instructed to make broad plates that are now the great work, that become the network, right? You talk about network, right? You're on the network. Well, now the altar has a network, right? From the broad plates of the censers of those 250 men who presumptuously came forward to burn Aishans, right? They didn't learn nothing from Nadab and Abihu, right? For they offered them before Yahweh, right? Therefore they are hallowed. You always that in the law, in the Torah, in Vayikra, Leviticus, it says that if somebody brings something like to the altar and then they decide to exchange it, they say, oh man, I don't want to bring this cow, I wanted to bring that goat or that oxen. But once they bring it to the altar, they will have to bring the new thing, but they can't take back the old thing. They can't exchange because it was brought to the altar. It is hollow, right? In other words, it's holy. It's kadash. In other words, Yahweh don't play that. Okay, you give it, then you take it back. No, bun it, right? It's been given to him. No refunds. You know what I'm saying? Redeem your sons, but there's no refunds. Check. You can redeem your sons, right? But there's no refunds. When you bring it to the altar, it is holy. It stayed there, right? There's even this one Torah instruction that says, like, even if somebody want to exchange it, and so I say, yeah, I can exchange it. It says once it's there, then the new thing they want to bring and the old thing they brought, the old thing stay there, and the new thing is added to the old thing, right? Yeah, the ground split, something like that, right? For they offer them before Yahweh, therefore they are set apart, right? Because he who he be is set apart. And they shall be a sign. It shall be a what? It shall be a sign of what? A sign, oat. The word oat is sign. Oat, there it is. You say, oops, not oops. It's oat. There it is. It shall be a sign to the B'nai Yisrael, right? And then it goes on to speak about, how Eleazar, made them into the, the brazen censers, right? They were made of what? They were made of nechoshet. Now, nechoshet is an interesting word. Nechoshet, right? Nechoshet, copper, in a secondary meaning, as a more figurative sense, it can refer to lust, right? But this is an interesting word, nechoshet, right? Why is this word interesting? Well, this word is interesting because the next word related to it, nechushta, right? You have nechushtan, a thing of brass. You remember the serpent, the brazen serpent, right? Yeah, that's what it's linking to. That's what I'm trying to get to right here, right? Nachshon, the enchanter. Yeah, but the brazen serpent was made out of brass, and so was the where we at right here. Okay, here we go right here. So here, and Eleazar, the priest, took the brazen censers wherewith they that were burnt, they got their burn notice, right, had offered, and they were made broad for a covering of the Mizbeach. So, hey, that wasn't too bad. They actually gave a pretty good offering. They gave his pretty good offering. Is Africa breaking apart? Is the earth opening up her mouth again? Right? To be a memorial, a what? A memorial, a zikron. So think about this. From this incident going forward, right, all the way, some say, to even nearly the temple times, whenever they looked at the grading work on the altar, they must have said, man, those were the senses of those men, those 250 men. Right? So that means it's a zikaron or zikron, a memorial, right? Because notice it's on the altar that all the offerings will be made. Now the altar has a network, right? And it's made of those senses that those who got burnt, right? So they were burned, got out the way, but what they have brought forward now is holy la Yahweh. So this is to be memorial to the Bnei Yisrael, that no stranger, right? So now here it explains this sense of stranger. But notice the word stranger here, right? No ish, right? Zar. No ish zar. Now notice here the sense of stranger is not from another tribe, but from anyone who is not appointed or anointed to do the service, right? Who is not of the seed of Aharon. You see what I'm saying? So he could be an Israelite from this tribe, that tribe, but if he's not of the seed of Aharon, he's a stranger. In this context, come near to offer incense. See, we should have got that from what was that? That was Leviticus chapter 9 or so. We should have got that from Leviticus. But here we have a similar incident, right? To come near to offer incense, aishans, right? Before Yahweh, right? Before Jehovah. That's why I said to the Rastafari, if we say herb is holy, and then we say everybody can burn, we got to watch that. You remember this incident here, right? Check, right? That he be not as Korah and his company, as Yahweh said to him, by the hand, right? By the hand, by the yad, the power, the authority of Moshe. We don't want to even get into what happens on the next day, because what do we say? There's like rolling blackouts. There's a rolling rebellion in this Torah portion right here. Them crazy, them crazy bald heads. One more time with this. I don't know if it's a mix, so we probably can say that this is a mashup, but let's see this right here. One more time right here.
Discipleship. Erasure.
I am not gang gang. I am not gang gang. I am not gang gang. I do not gang bang. But play me like I'm pussy, I will pull up and bang 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 bang.
Does this offend you?
Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the plague was stayed.
Confess to salvation. Here.
Taste them crazy. Taste them crazy. Taste them crazy bumping.
We're gonna quit. I'm gonna be lazy like the
Chase those crazy bullets out of town.
That's you.
We gonna chase those crazy bullets out of town.
Chapter 16. Now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation, men of renown. And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said unto them, Ye take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the congregation of the Lord. And when Moses heard it, he fell upon his face. And he spake unto Korah and unto all his company, saying, Even tomorrow the Lord will show who are his, and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him. Even him whom he hath chosen will he cause to come near unto him. This do, take you censers, Korah and all his company, and put fire therein, and put incense in them before the Lord tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom the Lord doth choose, he shall be holy. Ye take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi. And Moses said unto Korah, Hear, I pray you, ye sons of Levi. Seemeth it but a small thing unto you, that the God of Israel hath separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to himself, to do the service of the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister unto them? And he hath brought thee near to him, and all thy brethren, the sons of Levi, with thee. And seek ye the priesthood also? For which cause both thou and all thy company are gathered together against the Lord. And what is Aaron, that ye murmur against him? Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, which said, We will not come up. Is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of a land that floweth with milk and honey, to kill us in the wilderness, except thou make thyself altogether a prince over us? Moreover, thou hast not brought us into a land that floweth with milk and honey, or given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Wilt thou put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up. Moses was very wroth, and said unto the Lord, Respect not thou their offerings. I have not taken one ass from them, neither have I hurt one of them. And Moses said unto Korah, Be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow. And take every man his censer, and put incense in them, and bring ye before the Lord every man his censer, 250 censers, thou also and Aaron, each of you his censer. And they took every man his censer, and put fire in them, and laid incense thereon, and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation with Moses and Aaron. And Korah gathered all the congregation against them unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the congregation. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, Separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. And they fell upon their faces and said, O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin, and wilt thou be wroth with all the congregation? And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the congregation, saying, Get you up from about the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And Moses rose up and went unto Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of Israel followed him. And he spake unto the congregation, saying, Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest ye be consumed in all their sins. And they got up from the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan and Abiram on every side. And Dathan and Abiram came out and stood in the door of their tents, and their wives and their sons and their little children. And Moses said, Hereby ye shall know that the Lord hath sent me to do all these works, for I have not done them of mine own mind. If these men die the common death of all men, or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, then the Lord hath not sent me. But if the Lord make a new thing, and the earth open her mouth and swallow them up with all that appertain unto them, and they go down quick into the pit, then ye shall understand that these men have provoked the Lord. And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, that the ground clave asunder that was under them, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and their houses, and all the men that appertained unto Korah, and all their goods. They and all that appertained to them went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed upon them, and they perished from among the congregation. And all Israel that were round about them fled at the cry of them, for they said, lest the earth swallow us up also. And there came out a fire from the Lord, and consumed the 250 men that offered incense. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter thou the fire yonder, for they are hallowed. The censers of these sinners against their own souls, let them make them broad plates for a covering of the altar. For they offered them before the Lord, therefore they are hallowed. And they shall be a sign unto the children of Israel. And Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers wherewith they that were burnt had offered, and they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar, to be a memorial unto the children of Israel, that no stranger, which is not of the seed of Aaron, come near to offer incense before the Lord, that he be not as Korah and as his company, as the Lord said to him by the hand of Moses. But on the morrow, all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, saying, Ye have killed the people of the Lord. And it came to pass, when the congregation was gathered against Moses and against Aaron, that they looked toward the tabernacle of the congregation, and behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. And Moses and Aaron came before the tabernacle of the congregation, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Get you up from among this congregation, that I may consume them as in a moment. And they fell upon their faces. And Moses said unto Aaron, Take a censer, and put fire therein from off the altar, and put on incense, and go quickly unto the congregation, and make an atonement for them. For there is wrath gone out from the Lord, the plague is begun. And Aaron took as Moses commanded, and ran into the midst of the congregation, and behold, the plague was begun among the people. And he put on incense, and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed. Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned unto Moses unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the plague was stayed, 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 the plague was stayed.
Discipleship, celebration.
Rastafari, Africa is a must. So nobody force now cause. You have to jump on this your bus. Zion born, right?
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great King. God is known in her palaces for a refuge, for lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together, they saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח. גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, בעיר אלוהינו הר קודשו. יפה נוף משוש כל הארץ, הר ציון ירכתי צפון, קריית מלך רב. אלוהים בארמנותיה נודע למשגב, כי הנה המלכים נועדו, עברו יחדיו. המה ראו כן תמהו, נבהלו נחפזו. רעדה אחזתם שם, חיל כיולדה. ברוח קדים תשבר אוניות תרשיש. כאשר שמענו כן ראינו, בעיר אדוני צבאות, בעיר אלוהינו. אלוהים יכונניה עד עולם סלע. דימינו אלוהים חסדך בקרב היכליך. כשמך אלוהים, כן תהילתך על קצווי ארץ, צדק מלאה ימיניך. ישמח הר ציון, תגלנה בנות יהודה למען משפטיך. שובו ציון והקיפוה, ספרו מגדליה. שיטו לבכם לחילה, פסגו ארמנותיה. למען תספרו לדור אחרון, כי זה אלוהים אלוהינו עולם ועד, הוא ינהגנו על מות.
Come be a part of
Korah and LJ and Line of Jew Society.
where Hebrew feels like home.
More lion roaring to me. All praises to His Majesty. Jah love my section for me. Hey, hey. Because we take out the cardinal chains. After how I come here, blood ships set sail. It's the eye Jah put me manage heaven earth gates. Rasta man of a set mountain, that day must come again. To battle and chicken Selassie I name. What a long eternity time frame. Create the forces you aspiring to tame. To humble within wrong is righteous spirit. That is good spirit. Yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Hey, 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 hey. Come here to see the old dragon slain. Come here, come build man, cause man build I say. One play walk the suit I mental pain. Me youth hygiene gone in again. So humble within wrong is good spirit. That is good spirit. That is good spirit. Yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Hey, 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 hey. Technological pruning hooks and plowshares. Every room full of back camera these days. What your mama don't say, change your ways. Federal crab gun, this squeeze, listen in the end. Listen in the end. What could evolution of the elements became? But a genius of a stupid game. To them matter is a constant shame. What kind of manners we arrange them brain? Humble within wrong is good spirit. That is good spirit. That is good spirit. Yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Yeah. cause man be like same. Well, what be suit I mental pain? Me youth hygiene gone down again. To humble within wrong is good spirit. Within wrong that is good spirit. Yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Hey, 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 hey. Because we lick out of colonial chain. After a while come your blood ships and sail. It's the hijack put me manage heaven gates. Rasta man of us and maintain that day must come again. To battle at Jikin till I see I name. What a long eternity time frame. Create the forces you aspiring to tame. Yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Yeah, well over it. Yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Zion, yeah.
You know we are Israelites.
O Lord, open thou my lips, my lips, my lips, my lips.
Adonai sefatai tiftah, 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 tiftah.
And my mouth shall show forth thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise.
Ufi yagit tehillatecha, 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 tehillatecha.
For thou desirest not sacrifice, not sacrifice, not sacrifice, not sacrifice, not sacrifice.
Here, Shema Yisrael, here, translation of the standing prayer. Here, the Amida, dubwise, yes, I.
My Lord, open my lips, and my mouth shall declare your praise. Blessed are you, Lord, our God, and God of our fathers, God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and awesome God, exalted God who bestows bountiful kindness, who creates all things, who remembers the piety of the patriarchs, and who in love brings a Redeemer to their children's children for the sake of his name. O King, you are a helper, a savior, and a shield. Blessed are you, Lord, shield of Abraham. You are mighty forever, my Lord. You resurrect the dead, you are powerful to save. You sustain the living with loving kindness, resurrect the dead with great mercy, support the falling, heal the sick, release the bound, and fulfill your trust to those who sleep in the dust. Who is like you, mighty one, and who can be compared to you, King, who brings death and restores life and causes deliverance to spring forth? You are trustworthy to revive the dead. Blessed are you, Lord, who revives the dead. We will hallow and adore you as the sweet words of the assembly of the holy seraphim, who twice repeat, Holy unto you, as it is written by your prophet. And they call one to another and say, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of the hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. Blessed be the glory of the Lord from its place. And in your holy scriptures it is written thus, the Lord shall reign forever, your God, O Zion, throughout all generations. Praise the Lord. You are holy, and your name is holy, and holy beings praise you daily for all eternity. Blessed are you, Lord, the holy God. You graciously bestow knowledge upon man, and teach mortals understanding. Graciously bestow upon us from you wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Blessed are you, Lord, who graciously bestows knowledge. Cause us to return, our Father, to your Torah. Draw us near, our King, to your service, and bring us back to you in wholehearted repentance. Blessed are you, Lord, who desires repentance. Pardon us, our Father, for we have sinned. Forgive us, our King, for we have transgressed. For you are a good and forgiving God. Blessed are you, Lord, gracious one who pardons abundantly. O behold our affliction and wage our battle. Redeem us speedily for the sake of your name. For you, God, are the mighty Redeemer. Blessed are you, Lord, Redeemer of Israel. Heal us, O Lord, and we will be healed. Help us, and we will be saved. For you are our praise. Grant complete cure and healing to all our wounds. For you, Almighty King, are a faithful and merciful healer. Blessed are you, Lord, who heals the sick of his people Israel. Bless for us, Lord our God, this year and all the varieties of his produce for good, and bestow blessing upon the face of the earth. Satisfy us from your bounty, and bless our year like other good years for blessing. For you are a generous God who bestows goodness and blesses the years. Blessed are you, Lord, who blesses the years. Sound the great shofar for our freedom. Raise a banner to gather our exiles, and bring us together from the four corners of the earth into our land. Blessed are you, Lord, who gathers the dispersed of his people Israel. Restore our judges as in former times, and our counselors as of yore. Remove from us sorrow and sighing, and reign over us. You alone, O Lord, with kindness and compassion, with righteousness and justice. Blessed are you, Lord, King, who lives righteousness and justice. Let there be no hope for reformers, and may all the heretics and all the wicked instantly perish. May all the enemies of your people be speedily extirpated, and may you swiftly uproot, break, crush, and subdue the reign of wickedness speedily in our days. Blessed are you, Lord, who crushes enemies and subdues the wicked. May your mercies be aroused, Lord our God, upon the righteous, upon the pious, upon the elders of your people, the house of Israel, upon the remnant of their sages, upon the righteous proselytes, and upon us. Grant ample reward to all who truly trust in your name and place our lot among them. May we never be disgraced, for we have put our trust in you. Blessed are you, Lord, the support and security of the righteous. Return in mercy to Jerusalem, your city, and dwell therein as you have promised. Speedily establish therein the throne of David, your servant, and rebuild it soon in our days as an everlasting edifice. Blessed are you, Lord, who rebuilds Jerusalem. Speedily cause the sign of David, your servant, to flourish, and increase his power by your salvation, for we hope for your salvation all day. Blessed are you, Lord, who causes the power of salvation to flourish. Hear our voice, Lord our God, merciful Father. Have compassion upon us, and accept our prayers in mercy and favor. For you are God who hears prayers and supplications. Do not turn us away empty-handed from you, our King, for you hear the prayer of everyone. Blessed are you, Lord, who hears prayer. Look with favor, Lord our God, on your people Israel, and pay heed to their prayer. Restore the service to your sanctuary, and accept with love and favor Israel's fire offerings and prayer. And may the service of your people Israel always find favor. May our eyes behold your return to Zion in mercy. Blessed are you, Lord, who restores his divine presence to Zion. We thankfully acknowledge that you are the Lord, our God, and God of our fathers forever. You are the strength of our life, the shield of our salvation in every generation. We will give thanks to you and recount your praise evening, morning, and noon. For our lives which are committed into your hand, for our souls which are entrusted to you, for your miracles which are with us daily, and for your continual wonders and beneficences. You are the beneficent one, for your mercies never cease, the merciful one, for your kindness never ends, for we always place our hope in you. And for all these, may your name, our King, be continually blessed, exalted and extolled forever and all time. And all living things shall forever thank you and praise your great name eternally. For you are good. God, you are everlasting salvation and help, all benevolent. God, blessed are you, Lord, beneficent is your name, and to you it is fitting to offer thanks. Bestow peace, goodness, and blessing, life, graciousness, kindness, and mercy upon us and upon all your people Israel. Bless us, our Father, and all of us as one, with the light of your countenance. For by the light of your countenance you gave us, Lord our God, the Torah of life and loving kindness, righteousness, blessing, mercy, life, and peace. May it be favorable in your eyes to bless your people Israel at all times and at every moment with your peace. Blessed are you, Lord, who blesses his people Israel with peace. May the word of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable before you, Lord, my strength and my Redeemer. My God, guard my tongue from evil and my lips from speaking deceitfully. Let my soul be silent to those who curse me. Let my soul be as dust to all. Open my heart to your Torah, and let my soul eagerly pursue your commandments. As for all those who plot evil against me, hasten to annul their counsel and frustrate their design. Let them be as chaff before the wind. Let the angel of the Lord thrust them away, that your beloved ones may be delivered. Help with your right hand and answer me. Do it for the sake of your name. Do it for the sake of your right hand. Do it for the sake of your Torah. Do it for the sake of your holiness. May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable before you, Lord, my strength and my Redeemer. He who makes peace in his heavens, may he make peace for us and for all Israel, and say Amen. May it be your will, Lord our God and God of our fathers, that the Bet Hamkidash be steadily rebuilt in our days, and grant us portion in your Torah. 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 In your Torah.
What is true?
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd. They shall also walk in my judgments and observe my statutes and do them. And they shall dwell in the land that I have given unto Jacob my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt. And they shall dwell therein, even they and their children, and their children's children, forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will place them and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore. My tabernacle also shall be with them. Yea, I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And the heathen shall know that I, the Lord, do sanctify Israel, when my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them forevermore. Evermore. Evermore. Evermore.
Yes. So here, today's daily psalm, according to Royal Order, Psalm 66. Here we have today's daily psalm, Psalm 66. Let's rise up to chant.
Psalm 66.
מזמור ס"ו למנצח שיר מזמור, שיר מזמור, שיר מזמור, שיר מזמור, שיר מזמור, שיר מזמור.
Make a joyful noise unto God, all ye lands, ye lands, ye lands, ye lands, ye lands.
הריעו לאלוהים כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ.
Sing forth the honor of his name, make his praise glorious. Say unto God, how terrible art thou in thy works. Through the greatness of thy power shall thine enemies submit themselves unto thee. All the earth shall worship thee, and shall sing unto thee. They shall sing to thy name. Selah. Come and see the works of God. He is terrible in his doing toward the children of men. He turned the sea into dry land. They went through the flood on foot. There did we rejoice in him. He ruleth by his power forever. His eyes behold the nations. Let not the rebellious exalt themselves. Selah. O bless our God, ye people, and make the voice of his praise to be heard, which holdeth our soul in life, and suffereth not our feet to be moved. For thou, O God, hast proved us. Thou hast tried us as silver is tried. Thou broughtest us into the net. Thou laidst affliction upon our loins. Thou hast caused men to ride over our heads. We went through fire and through water, but thou broughtest us out into a wealthy place. I will go into thy house with burnt offerings. I will pay thee my vows, which my lips have uttered, and my mouth hath spoken when I was in trouble. I will offer unto thee burnt sacrifices of fatlings, with the incense of rams. I will offer bullocks with goats. Selah. Come and hear, all ye that fear God, and I will declare what he hath done for my soul. I cried unto him with my mouth, and he was extolled with my tongue. If I regard iniquity in my heart, the Lord will not hear me. But verily God hath heard me. He hath attended to the voice of my prayer. Blessed be God, which hath not turned away my prayer, nor his mercy from 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 his
Yes, yes, yes. Apologies, apologies, brothers and sisters. Speaking right here, here, here. But here we have today's daily psalm. Today's daily psalm, according to the royal order, is Psalm 66. All right, 66 psalm here as we begin off this 38th sabbatical study here in the season. Reason for the season, we have Parashat Korah. Right, but here we have, according to the royal order, right, of the Ethiopian Hebrews after the order of Melchizedek. Here we have a song of deliverance. Psalm 66. We have a psalm of deliverance. Here. Mizmor Samek Wow Samek Vav. Samek Wow Samek Vav. Psalm 66, Psalm LX VI. LX VI. Song of deliverance. What is called a peon, right? A peon, a peon. Let's bring out this word here, peon. We like to look things up, like to get to know the truth for ourselves. So a peon, what is a peon? I know it sounds like peon, right? But this is this word here, P-A-E, right? And the notes right here, P-A-E-A-N, all right? Peon, right? Let's hear this right here. Okay, they actually say it's pronounced as PN, right? A PN. A PN here is a song of triumph or praise or triumph. So what we have here, Mizmor Samek Wow, Samek Vav, is a PN, a song of praise or triumph, a PN of praise for the great poets, for example. But here we have a PN, right, for a safe ending to a national crisis that rings through this poem, this composition, Psalm 66. Now it's interesting because here, according to royal order in this particular season, the reason for the season, we're in the book of Numbers, right? And we're after chapter 10, right? From chapter 11, from the bankruptcy here in the wilderness. Here, the psalm being a paean for a safe ending. Praying for a safe ending to a national crisis. What occurs in the Midbar, the wilderness, is a crisis. It rings through this poem. Now, according to some of the study here, okay, let me just look at this here, see if there's any more here. Okay, right, a thing that expresses enthusiastic praise. All right, so here, we have today's daily psalm, also themed Thanksgiving for a national and personal deliverance, right? A song of deliverance. So now, as we study this, just so we can give praise with understanding, Psalm 47 and 7, here's studies to show ourselves approved. Here's Psalm 66. It is said to lack the data that would make it possible to determine the occasion with any degree of certainty. Some psalms give us more data where we can definitely connect it, with the more Hebraically, biblically, you could say historical narrative portions of Scripture. However, there are features in today's daily Psalm 66 in common with other psalms that all celebrated the defeat, in particular, that celebrated the defeat of Assyria's forces. And it is likely to be included in that group. So we can see kind of a grouping, a connection right here with today's daily psalm. There's a peculiarity of the psalm, the composition, Mizmor Samek Wow, Samek Vav. What is this peculiarity? Well, the psalm, right, uses its particular use of the plural. So in some cases, it'd be like I or the singular sense, but its use of the plural up to the end of verse in the verse 12. I think, yeah, this would be verse 12. Verse 12. I think it kind of lines up in this numbering, Psalm 66. Right? So we have the plural use, right? The use of the plural up to the end of verse 12, and the subsequent change to the singular. Right? So from the sense of the how should we say, from the sense of the we, right? The we, then we go to the I, right? Like kind of the I and the I and I, but here it's like the I and I to the I, the we to like the me, right? Now, on a particular kind of a hypothesis, right, that the psalm, it relates to the overthrow of Sennacherib's army. So some in studying today's daily psalm, they said it relates, right? It's said to be related to the overthrow of Sennacherib, right? Sennacherib's army. And it has been suggested also, based on certain of the points of reference here in today's daily psalm, that the individual in the last section, so from the we, right, or the I and the we, in the earlier portion to the latter portion, more the I and the me, right, in the last section, that this is King Hezekiah, right? Chizkiah, Chizkiah, Hezekiah, Chizkiah, right? Now, some have drawn attention to the claim of integrity in the psalm, which is like it's like praise. Yes, it's musical, but it's like often prayer. It can be prayer. Some psalms are particularly prayer psalms. Here we have praise, and many of the psalms, especially in this more Latin continuous use, became like the service, right, for Yisrael, like in worship, the service, like in times of the Christian times, even in the true church, it's called, like they call it, the liturgy, right, or Hebraically the Kaddish and the Kiddush, right, the Kedasse, right. So here we find that there's a claim of integrity in verse 18 that has a close parallel. So when we get to verse 18, and the I, right, there claims having integrity, right, we start to notice the close parallel, how it parallels what Chizkiah, what Hezekiah, right, his utterance in Yeshaya, in Isaiah chapter 38, XXXVII, Isaiah chapter 38 and 3. Chapter 38 and 3. Hold on for a moment. Let's just go there. 38 and 3. 38 and 3. Here we go. 38 and 3. Let's bring out the verse here. Give me one moment to line this up. So here we have the verse, right? Here, there we go. And said, right, remember now, Yahweh, I beseech, I beg thee, how I have walked before thee in your face in truth and with a perfect heart. Nobody's perfect, they say. Well, here we have a perfect heart, a perfect mind, and have done good, right? Have done good in thy sight. And Hezekiah, Chazak, Hezekiah, he wept sore. He wept very sore, right? For great weeping, the sense of sore. He like wept and weeping. And weeping, he wept. He wept and weeping, to say like he really, really wept. Or it was a sore weeping. So here they say this here matches, right? This is said to match, right? Verse 18, right? Verse 18 here. If I have regarded iniquity in my heart, Yahweh would not hear, right? The sense of if I regard iniquity in my heart, right? So here, let's go back over here, One more. Let's go. Okay, let's bring this over here. Here we go. And let's make it light for right now, just to take a look at verse 18. All right. It says, if I regard iniquity in my heart, Adonai, right, the Lord, right, even the Lord of his mercy, Adonai will not hear. Right? Aven im raiti ve'libi lo yishma Adonai. If I had regarded, in the Hebrew it more reads like Aven or Awen, im raiti, im if raiti, if I see, seen, sight, if I see, im raiti, if I see, awen, right, bit libi, in my heart, in my mind, in my determination, my will, you know what I mean, my center, right, lo yishma, lo not yishma, will hear, he will not hear, lo yishma, Adonai, lo yishma, Adonai, even the Lord of his mercy will not hear. Yeah, we'll meditate on that right there. But it does, the general sense of what Chizkiah, right, what Hezekiah had said right there. Now, remember once again, today's daily psalm, Psalm 66, Mizmor Samek Wow, Samek Vav, that what we have here is a song of deliverance. Or in the notes before us, in the K&D, right, summary here, thanksgiving for a national and personal deliverance, right? Psalm 65, right? The previous psalm, which is themed the harvest hymn. Now, a few Shabuos ago here in the season, according to the royal order, after the order of Melchizedek, we had Psalm 65. I think it rose up like twice, right around the time of Shavuot, right, of harvest, right? So there we have a harvest hymn. And here, that means more Samek Hey, and here in Samek Wow, or Samek Wawe, right? Samek Wawe, Samek Hey, 65, Samek Wow, Samek Wawe, in Psalm 66, right? The connection. So from Psalm 65 onward, we find ourselves in the midst of a series of psalms. Take note. Let's take this down as a note, right? Talmudim, Chaverim. Let's take note of this right here. From Psalm 65 onward, right, we find ourselves in the midst of a series of psalms, a series of chants, of Isis, that with a varying arrangement of words, like songs with a varying arrangement of words, right, are described as mizmor, as a psalm, and as a shir. A mizmor and a shir. Mizmor is psalm, and shir is a song. So a psalm and a song. Psalm and a song. Right? So mizmor and a shir. Right? So here from Psalm 65, right, to Psalm 68. So take note, Psalm 65, 68, we have a series of psalms that described as a mizmor, right, from Zamar. Now there they say song from the heart. Well, that's what's the Chaim, the Chaim site right there. That is a, how can we say, not an interpretation of it, but it's somewhat in a kind of a figurative sense. Zamar means to chant, right? To chant, like to sing, to chant with musical accompaniment often, like to chant, like when we say Isis in a sense. So that's the mizmor, that's the psalms. And the shir is a song. In the execution of it is like the mizmor would be like a chant, or in a somewhat of a, we could say rap on a certain level, but it would be in a cadence, a certain chant, right? We kind of hear it within some of the true church, chants as well, but a certain sort of a chant, right? But often accompanied by music, whether it's stringed instruments, or whether it's like on the harp, right? And a shir is like a song. So psalms that are mizmor shir, for lack of a better expression, some of y'all get it, some might not get it. I'll try to find another expression, but it will be more like, what shall we liken it to? like sing J, like where somebody can sing, right, or sings, and they also kind of what we call DJ or chants. Chants. It's in a certain rhyme, a certain pacing, a certain effect, certain flavor, but more in that sense. So it's like a sing J, right? Both can sing, you know what I mean, and in a sense DJ, or rap and rhyme, as many of the Psalms do, kind of rhyme and have interesting measures, like how to, you know, um, how to see the sequence of rhyme. You know what I mean? So anyway, just to give you that overview, because sometimes people take these words as just like extraneous, but no, they are keys. That's why I said study to show ourselves approved. So the two words, the mizmor shir, right? The mizmor, it's a mizmor and a shir. It's both a chant or isis and a song. They stand according to the accents, right? Then this is getting more into the detail of biblical Hebrew. We could say the science of the biblical Hebrew, getting into a deeper study of it. But there's a certain structure of the accents, right? Psalm 88 and 1 is a kind of a point of reference, right? And therefore signify a psalm song, almost like a chant singing, right? Sing J, right? So can come psalmist, that's going to the Latin there, so forth and so on. We'll scroll over that and return to that more among the discipleship studies, deeper studies for those who, seek this series here, as is universally the case. So we have Psalm 65 to 68, right? It's universally the case, is arranged according to the community of prominent watchwords. So we find as we study the Psalms that even the order in which we find them in, from the Hebrew perspective, might have certain patterns, right? By studying, line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little, compared with like there a little, right? We begin to find, the order. You know what I mean? So according to the community of prominent words, in this sense, there are some prominent words. In Psalm 65, let's bring this up. In Psalm 65 and 2, we read, "To thee is the vow paid." To thee, to the I, we say to the Most High, to Yahweh Eloheinu, to the I is the vow paid, my votive offering, making my yea, and my amen, amen. My yea, right? And on the opposite sense, my nay. And in Psalm 66, around about verse 13, it says, "I will pay thee my vow." So notice Psalm 65, one connection here, right? To thee is the vow paid. Psalm 66, "I will pay thee my vows." Remember, these are Davidic Psalms. And remember how the Davidic Psalms later on become the core of the temple worship, the Levitical, when we say keep it Levitical, of the temple worship, right? And then in Psalm 66 and 20, it says, "Blessed be Baruch," right? "Blessed be Elohim," right? And then in Psalm 67, going to the next psalm in the sequence, we find Elohim shall bless us, right? Elohim Yebarkeinu, right? He shall bless Anu, I and I. Besides, Psalm 66 and Psalm 67 have this feature in common. La Menatzeach. That word there, La Menatzeach, to the Menatzeach, to the chief musician, to the presenter, right? To the musical leader and director, right? Le, for, of, ha, the Menatzeach. Le ha Menatzeach, pointed, La Menatzeach, which occurs 55 times in the Psalter. Let's take note of that right there. All right, let's write this down right here. 55 times, 5, right? Mr. 5 by 5, yeah, all right, like David, right? All right, David. Times, so we have 55 times it has to the chief musician, La Menatzeach, and is accompanied by the name of the poet in every instance. In every instance, we get the composer of the composition, right? With the exception of these two anonymous psalms. with the exception of these two anonymous psalms, also indicates that they were intended to have a musical accompaniment. So not to be a cappella in a sense as certain prayers at sometimes, but to have a musical accompaniment. These annotations referring to the temple music favor the pre-exilic rather than the post-exilic origin. This is an important thing. Let's take note of this. Whether it was before the exile, right, the exile of the tribe of Judah, because after 10 tribes kind of broke the covenant that they would let go, right, there was only Yehuda, right, only Judah in that sense left. So after Yehuda went into the Babylonian captivity, right, during the time of the Nebuchadnezzar, right, yeah, so that will be before, right, the Judahite captivity in Babylon, and post, that's after. So when we study the psalm, we can find important notes, like a note, and they call it an note, and notations that referring to temple music, right? The temple music. I would say the temple music flavor, and that there, it favors the pre-exilic before the exile, right? Rather than before the exile, the Geula in the Hebrew, right? Or we can say before the Falasha or after the Falasha, because Falasha actually means exile, but before the exile rather than post, after the exile origin of the two Psalms. And both are purely Elohimic. In other words, the key name, right? And we see this a lot in certain congregational worship, because really it was not proper in temple worship with the proper priesthood, right? For everyone all the time to say the divine name, right? But that the secondary reason, which is the primary reason, is that Elohim psalms are usually psalms of Yahweh, right? He who he be, HaKadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu, blessed be he, Baruch Hashem, blessed be the name, right? As creator, ruler, and judge, right? Only in one instance, right? What's the psalm? How does that go? 6 and 1 to 10, right? And Psalm 18. Well, I'm not too sure. I got to check that out right there. It seems like there might be a little typo there. Does Adonai, right? Now this is Adonai, understanding the spirit of the Hebrew, but it could also be Adoni. But in the sense of Yahweh, it will be Adonai, right? Adonai, right? In sense of like if I have a lord or boss, that will be Adoni, right? Equally belonging to this style of song, this style of Mizmor. They alternate with Elohim, right? Just giving a good kind of little overview, because it's important to kind of pick up on some key notes. And when we go through the song, we're like, oh, then it's like a whole new picture or deeper picture. You know what I mean? It's like 1080. It's like HD. You know what I mean? It's like 4K, right? On a study level, right? On the ground of some deliverance out of oppressive, rephrased, downpressive bondage that has been experienced by Yisrael, or the the Beta Yisrael, here in these Americas and Caribbean, arises in Psalm 66. The summons to the whole earth, to all the earth, to raise a shout out, a shout of praise, yeah, right, hallelujah, right, hallelujah, right. The congregation is the subject speaking. So the congregation, so this once again favors temple worship because it's the congregation, the aggregation that's speaking, as far as Psalm 66 verse 12, what we read in our hard copy notes here, right? From Psalm 66 and 13, the person of the poet appears in the foreground, right? However, that brings him under obligation to present a thank offering is nothing more nor less than that the whole congregation and he together with it has experienced. It's almost like how David would worship, right? The priests would still do their priestly duties, right? And the Levites would keep it Levitical with the Psalms of David, right? And it's parts of the chant that we can chant all together. And then it's almost like when the priest is now ready, like before even bringing the offering, rise up a chant. And then at that point, from the language change, right? Because now it's the poet or the presenter, or even the priest, right, who now appears in the foreground, right, and he is obliged, right, as the priest is obliged to do, to present a thank offering, or one may at this point present a thank offering to the priest, right, but it's representative of the whole congregation together, right? It is hardly possible to define this event more minutely, right? Because giving a pattern, but it's not saying it was this time or that time, but it was at certain worship times, right? The lofty consciousness of possessing Elohim, right? Elohim Chaim, a living God, a true God, not the Acharei, right? The Elohim Acharim, right? But the true Elohim, Ha Elohim, Hailahim, to whom all the world must bow, whether cheerfully or against its will. Like it says, every knee shall bow. Wow, that's this Korah Torah portion. Every knee, right, shall bow, right? Every knee shall bow. That's the makam, right? The chant tune right there, right? Rhythm corresponding to this Torah portion. This psalm here, 66 in the season, right? The more lofty, conscious, the higher heights, the heavens, right? Right? In the heavens consciousness, right? The lofty conscious that we possess, that we have, right? Elohim, right? Ha Elohim, the Elohim, to whom all the world, they say a God, but actually it's the Elohim. The others have other Elohim, but we have the Elohim, to whom all the world must bow. Every knee shall bow, every tongue confess, whether cheerfully, whether happily, or against its will. Bow, get down, right? Right? Become strong, among the, here they say Jewish, but among Jah people, among Yahweh's people. But in the context of the tribe of Judah, right, for Jew, right, the tribe of Judah for Jew, it is correct, right? More especially, right, because we're talking about the tribe of Judah and Hezekiah, tribe of Judah, right, after the overthrow of Assyria, after the overthrow of Assyria, right, in the reign of Chizkiah. Now, people talk about wars and rumors of wars, but, right? However, there is no ground for conjecturing, right? Either Isaiah or Hezekiah to be the composer of this psalm, because there's a connection in the psalm with this particular period of time, right? There's really no grounds we have, right, to conjecture, right, that Isaiah, Yeshaya, or Chizkiah, Hezekiah, to be the composer of the song, right? Now, if the word olam, that often translates forever, right, in Psalm 66 and 7 signified, it can also signify world, right? In some senses, olam can be world, or olam can be forever. We prefer olam as the vanishing point, or in terms of time, as time indefinite, therefore the forever sense. But if it's the world, right, then he would be, right, Psalm 24 and 9, one of the latest among the Old Testament writers. So there's some things in the language of different psalms and different areas of scripture that give us tell about whether it was older or it's a later development of the language. But it has the same meaning here that it has everywhere, right, in the Old Testament Hebrew, right? And that main meaning has to do with time and forever, or time indefinite, time out of mind. You know what I mean? Time beyond what you can even conceive of, right? In other words, can you conceive of a time when there's no time, right? How do we know? What time is it, right? But here, we're getting to the opening part right here, right? So let's get right into it right here, today's daily psalm. And there's some correspondence here, right? Definitely right here. Let's do as we do, right? Here, get this ready, right? Check that out for a moment. Okay, so here we got the Aleph verse set. So here, today's daily psalm, Likul Batalawa, right? Here we have, let's scroll over here. We have a song of deliverance, psalm, right? Verses 1 to 4. Verses 1 to 4 is the call, calling. The call to mankind, or more better, the call to humanity, right? To praise, right? To praise Elohim, Eloheinu, our Elohim, in order to hallelujah, right? To praise, right? Eloheinu, our Elohim, verses 1 to 4. In verses 5 to 7, Elohim, Eloheinu, our Elohim's his mighty deeds that he done did and that he does, right? And then we have verses 8 to 12, Thanksgiving, the Thanksgiving here for deliverance, right? And then in verses 13 to 15, the king, right? We have the king discharges his vows. So let me just pause it here. As they and some of the scholars, they give some good information, but they don't say, okay, what time it was. I would say whatever time it was, no doubt David, this formula that was used in the time of Hezekiah actually arises in the time of Dawid. But Dawid sets that order of the Psalms and the Levitical use of Psalms in tabernacle worship, the tabernacle of Zion, and also the temple worship in the temple of Solomon, and then the second temple, Zerubbabel, and then the third temple, what, for lack of a better word, we'll call Herod's temple, right? 16 to 20, right? In 16 to 20, we have his testimony, right? His testimony. We get a testimony after the thanksgiving, the offering, the thank offering for deliverance. We get a testimony, right, to Elohim, Eloheinu, our Elohim's his aid, right? So even by looking at those highlights there, it definitely has the order, right, of the temple music and temple worship, congregational worship. First as a call to humanity, right, to praise, right? We say like the hallelujah. Then we have, say, verses 5 to 7, right, speaking of, well, who he be, right? Elohim's mighty deeds, the creator, the ruler, the sovereign judge, the judge of judges. And in verses 8 to 12, we have the thanksgiving offering. At that point, and after the thanksgiving offering, the king, he discharges his vows. The king pays his vows. Like when Dawid says in the psalm, I will pay my vows. Well, even at this point of the psalm, there's a payment of vows, right? And it's no doubt in worship, imadish, that this would be done. And then we have 16 to 20, his testimony. Got to testify his testimony, right, to Elohim's aid. Remember that in verses 1 to 12, it's a we sense. It's a us and a we and the I and I. Then from verses 13, right, to the fulfillment to verse 20, right, we have an I sense, right? It's an I sense. And then in verses 13 to 15, we have Hamelech, right? Even Dawid, Hamelech, the king, discharging, or more correctly, paying, right? Paying his vows, right? Paying his vows. So here, let's get right into it, right? With that being said, right there. I know that was a little bit extended there, but I had to get into certain detail so one can appreciate, rephrase, appreciate love, right? Appreciate love, right? The psalm, and also see the application, right, of the precepts. So right here, we have the Aleph verse, first verse, to the chief musician, a psalm. Now the word or, italicized, is not there. It's not there, right? Make a joyful noise to Elohim, all ye lands, all y'all lands, right? All the earth, right? All the earth. Let's bring it out in the Ivrit right here. La menatzeach, shir mizmor. To the chief musician, la menatzeach, shir, right? Song, mizmor, chant or song. La menatzeach, shir mizmor. Hari'u lelohim, kol haaretz. Hari'u, y'all. Hari'u. Here, make a joyful noise. Ruah, like the teruah, like the trumpet, the teruah, the shofar. Ruah, like ora. But here we have hari'u, right? Hari'u. Here, the hari'u sense, right? The hari'u sense is the he-filled form of ruah. So ruah. In the he-filled is the hari'u. That's like a command to you all, hari'u, right? In order to shout a war cry or an alarm, of battle, or to sound a signal, right, can be used a hari'u for war, ora, ora, right, or march. Also to shout in triumph over your enemies, hari'u, hari'u, right, and then people to respond, ora, ora, right, like they say hurrah, but in the Hebrew, ora, ora, like, and also you get the and the hallelujah, the shout of hallelujah. You know, it's like applause. It's like, yeah, like the enemy is down, and we right, to shout in applause, shout in applause, to shout with really just impulse. Now, it can also be, in some sense, the same hari'u and the ora, right, can be like a cry, to cry out in distress. The enemy's attacking us, ora, ora. And there, when we break down the word, right, to the roots, right, in Hebrew, it's another word that actually has a different, it has different roots, but then in the form of the ura, it means to like be awake, be mentally alert. You know, I'm like if I be alert, be mentally on foot. You know what I'm saying? There's danger, right? You know, hari'u, right? Shout. But the sense here is like triumph, right? Shout in triumph, right? And the sense of this word, the ru'ah, in the hari'u, is like to mar. You see what it says, especially by breaking, right? Almost like splitting the ears, you know, almost like splitting the ears with sound. As well as when that would go on, also the shofar, right, can be brought in. Hallelujah. Ooh. 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 So the sense of it is like you see in the figurative sense is from the ruah, is like to ruah, actually ruah, like almost like a roar, ruah, right? Figuratively to split the ears with sound, right? So when that shout, it's like, you know, it's like a loud sound. You know what I mean? That's what I said. That's why in some translations they'll say like make a joyful noise, right? It's like a loud sound. We just get loud. You know what I'm saying? That is to shout, right? For alarm, like in danger, or for joy, as in triumph over the enemy, right? So here it says hari'u, hari'u lelohim, shout in triumph, hari'u, right? Le for Elohim, lelohim, hari'u lelohim, to Elohim, to the creator, to the ruler, to the judge of judges, right? To Elohim, call haaretz, call haaretz, call all the aretz, all the land. Now you see the translator says all ye lands, and then the other translator says all the earth. But in the context, it's like all the land. Remember, it's an Israelite psalm, so in the epicenter, it will be in all the land, throughout this whole land, right? The land, even the promised land, right? In the fullness of establishment of the messianic kingdom and government on this earthly plane, it will be like in all the earth. But the direct context, right? We say in the Davidic, right? Or here doesn't have, this psalm does not have, you don't say of David, right here. That's why it's called anonymous in that sense, right? Or this psalm might have been a formula psalm of worship and praise that was put together by the priest in the style of David. But here we have Laminat Seyach, Shir Mizmor, Hari'u Elohim, call Haaretz. It's the call to humanity to praise, right? To shout, right? To praise Elohim. Shout to Elohim. Hari'u lelohim, right? Hari'u lelohim, lelohim. Now, lelohim is because It's the prefix, the lamed prefix li, right? And then we have Elohim, right? And then understanding the vowel and vocalization, because that's the letter. Remember the letter of the law, right? That's the letter, but it's the spirit, right? The spirit of it, the li and the Elohim combined together in the usual flow of biblical Hebrew would form Lelohim, Lelohim, Lelohim. But if you want to like slow it down and emphasize, you say li Elohim, li Elohim. If I want to emphasize to God, li Elohim, right? But if I was just at a lively pace singing or whatnot, Lelohim, right? Haru, Lelohim, Kol Haaretz, Kol Haaretz, all the land. So more fully, we have it in Psalm 40, right? Psalm 47 and 1, where it reads, shout to Elohim with the voice of triumph. All right. So in Psalm 47, I think that's a Davidic psalm right there. Psalm 47. So what we're saying here, right, is correct. That's a psalm of Korah. Check this out. 47 is a psalm of the sons of Korah. Remember the Torah portion here is Korah. I remember Korah and everything he had went down, right? Went down, 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 down to Sheol. But then we have the Psalm 47 that this first verse is the fuller of the first verse in 66 is found in Psalm 47, a Koraitic psalm, where it says, La Menatziach, Livnei Korah Mizmor, Livnei Korah, Li for B'nai, Li B'nai Korah, Livnei Korah, for the sons or of the sons of Korah. Wait, I thought everybody in Korah's family, right? But if you read on in Numbers, it says that, but the sons of Korah, the B'nai Korah, right, they died not. If I'm correct, I think Shemuel come from that lineage, if I'm correct. But the sons of Korah, right, they died not, right? Because they understood the 10 words, right? You know what I mean? The 10 words. And they basically separated, from their father, because their father was ratchet and judgment had come. Right, when it says all those get away from their tents, their dwellings, right? The sons of Korah, that's why it says in Numbers, they died not. So when we see Psalms that say for the sons of Korah, because of the name Korah, we're reminded of the father, but then look at the sons. Right, where it says to the third and the fourth generation of them that hate me, right? But he show mercy to thousands that love me and keep his, right, and keep the commandments and do the commandments. Right, so the sons of Korah, they separated from their father, but everybody else in the family, that stuck with Korah, they went down too. I just want to make that kind of connection right there, because this opening verse, right, make a joyful noise to, right, Elohim, the full of full in Psalm 47 and 1, shout to Elohim, to the Creator, with the voice of triumph, call haaretz, call all haaretz. Right, all the land, right, all the land. It says all ye lands, but it's not arzot, right? It doesn't say call ha'arzot. If it says call ha'arzot, arzot is the plural. It says all the land, right? Because Assyria's defeat was of significance to all humanity. Remember, Assyria was like the big bully on the block, right? That's what they're trying to get the Israelites to kind of bow, and they did not, right? But remember what they were saying. Do you think that your God, Yahweh, can save y'all from the hand of the king of Assyria or have the gods of any of the other people, right? But then we remember that who is like he who be who he be, right? Yahweh Eloheinu. So, right, and they remember that. So therefore, Assyria, this big bully being defeated, this was significance to all men, right? Not only to Yisrael, but because of the Beit Yisrael, the Beta Israel, right? Because they too received the same threat that, hey, listen, you see all these other nations, they trusted in their gods, and their gods couldn't deliver them from the king of Assyria. So Yisrael, rather Judah, Yehuda, why do you think you will be spared, right? And then this happened. Assyria's defeat was of significance to all humanity, not only to the Beta Yisrael. Why? Lamaze, Madua, right? As a demonstration that a power, right? That the power, but a power existed, right? Existed for Israel and even within Israel that was stronger than the might of the armies of the most powerful nations of the time. So let's look at these days in time. Wow, they got a lot of technology. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right. So this first verse here. Laminatziyah shir mizmor. Haru'u le'elohim kol haaretz. Here to the Bates verse, the second verse right here. This is the opening section. Call to humanity to praise Elohim. Sing forth the honor of his name, right? Make his praise glorious. Make his praise glorious, right? Make his praise glorious. Let's see right here. There's a note right there. Let's catch it on the ones. Let's catch it on the ones. Okay. Let's see. Kavod, Targum, Syrian, and the Kabod. Okay. Kabod. Okay. In the more Aramaic dialect, Kabod, Kavod. In the Masoretic is Kabod. Okay, that's a little nuance right there. Here. This verse here. Zamru. Here we have Zamru. Kavod. Zamru, Kabod, Shemo. Simu. Kabod. Right? Simu, Kabod, Tehilato. Okay, I get it right here. Hold on for a moment. Okay, so the first is Kabod. Second is Kabod. Zamru. Right? Zamru, Kabod, Shemo. Simu, Kavod, Tehilato, his Tehillah, his hallelujah, his praise, his exaltation, his bigger, right? So it says, sing forth, Zamru. Remember the Zamar? Zamar is the root word of mizmor, right? A song, right? To sing, right? To sing and sing praise. And while you sing praise, to play music or to strike with the fingers, whether it's a string instrument or even we could say the harps in the sense of the drums, thunder bass, right? Through the idea of striking with the fingers properly to touch the strings or other parts of a musical instrument. So one can do mizmor, right? Say to a string instrument like a guitar, right? Or acoustic instrument, or even to the drums, because the drums is a musical instrument that you strike with the fingers, right? You strike it, yes, right? To play music, right? And to be accompanied by the voice, right? So to play music and to accompany it with the voice, right? And the sense is to sing and to celebrate and to celebrate. So what do we have here? Sing praise. Sing Isis, chant Isis, Zamru, Kavod, Shemo. Chant Isis, Zamru, chant Kavod, glory of Shemo. The glory of Shemo, his name. Zamru, Kavod, Shemo. So the translation, sing praises, chant Isis to the glory of his name. Celebrate, elaborate in song, right? Elaborate in song. Right, the glory, the heaviness, the weightiness, the kavod, right, the kavod. Here, the honor, kavod, the honor, the abundance, the heaviness, the gravitas, the gravity, the weighty, right, the weighty, the splendor, the honor or the glory of Shemo, the kavod Shemo, the revelation of his glorious being, right? He who be who he be. Take the event horizon of Hezekiah, right, and Yisrael, right, vis-a-vis, right, the Assyrians, right. What happened at that time? That he who be who he be, right, he became victory in those events at the most powerful nation that had mashed down many other nations and their gods, right. And when we were asked by Rabshakeh and Sennacherib's, puppet, to submit that don't trust Hezekiah, right? Don't trust him, and don't think that our God, that Yahweh would deliver us, out of the hand of the king of Assyria, because look what he did to all these other nations. Well, he who be who he be, right? We proclaim his glory. Right? Notice that it's saying right here, we sing to the honor, chant to the honor, the heaviness of his name. See how deep that name, Yahweh, he who be who he be, right? He be for us victory, right? In the recent events. Make his praise glorious. Make his praise glorious, honorable. Simu kabod. Simu kabod tehilato. Make his tehila. Right? Tehila, right? From halal, even the root of hallelujah is that, the daughters, the elilta, and the sons, hallelujah. Hallelujah. That yah, that, yeah, you big him up, right? Proclaim his praise. When we hallelujah, we say the Yah, that's the Savior name, like in the Exodus, right? That's where his name first appears, the Yah, right? The Yah, right? He who be, right? Right? Proclaim his praise in terms of glory, in terms of his weightiness, his gravity, right? The gravity, yeah, there we go. The gravity of he who be who he be, right? What's the gravity of he who becomes that which he seeks to be, right? That he's the Almighty, right? He has that ability, right? The Elohim Acharim, they can't do that, right? So right here, this verse, second verse right here, here we go. Zamru, Kavod Shemo. Simu kabod tehilato, right? Simu. I didn't touch on the word soon, right? Simu, right? Set y'all, put y'all, place y'all, appoint y'all. To set, right? Set, simu, set y'all, kavod, honor, right? Gravitas, right? Tehilato, the gravitas of his praise, of his eyes, right? And we're saying praise, his eyes is important. No joke business. You know what I'm saying? Here's Psalm 66, right? Here, the Gimel verse, the Gamma verse, the third verse right here. What do we have here? Yekachashu, and Yekachashu. Let's see. Yekachashu. Okay, a different enunciate, slightly different. Yekachashu and Yekachashu. Yekachashu, and Yekachashu. Same word there. It's just giving, a slight difference of pointing for a slight different emphasis, right? You know what I mean, right? Right there. So here, say to Elohim, say to the creator, the ruler, the judge of judges, how terrible, how dreadful, how awesome, how terrible thy works. Through the greatness of thy power, shall thine enemies submit themselves to thee, willingly or unwillingly. Submit. They will yield feigned obedience, even in a sense of lying obedience. They will bow, even if they really don't mean to bow, still they're going to have to bow, right? But they will yield, right? Feigned obedience. Let's bring this out in the Ivrit, right here. Imru lelohim, imru. Say y'all, imru lelohim, ma norah. How dreadful, right? Dread it shall be, dread. How terrible, right? How terrible. He is terrible. Your God is terrible, yes. Right? Yahweh Eloheka is terrible, yes. Right? Manorah, right? How Norah? He's Norah. He's awesome, Norah, right? Norah, right? Manorah, Ma'aseka. How awesome, right? Is his works, is his doings, Ma'aseka, right? Manorah, Ma'aseka, Berob, Uzeka, Berob. Enough, robe, enough, much, uzeka. Enough is his Uzi. He got the real Uzi. Berob uzeka, enoughness of his strength, of his power, uzeka. Actually, here is uzeka, right? Speaking to Yahweh, right? So this here is directed to Yahweh. That's why the first part says Imru. Say y'all, Imru, right? It's like in certain congregational prayer, right? The cantor, right, or the kohen, right, may say we're imru, like at the end of certain prayers, Ve'imru, and say y'all, Ve'imru, amen. Ve'imru, amen, right? And say y'all, amen. But here it says, Imru, say y'all, le'Elohim, say y'all to the creator, to the ruler, to the judge, right? Imru le'Elohim, mah nora ma'aseka berobo uzeka, yekahashu leka oibeka. Here, say to Elohim, how awesome, how dreadful, yes, is ma'aseka, is your doings, your makings, your doing, berob uzeka, in the enoughness of your strength, uzeka, right? Yekahashu, they will cringe, right? Yeah, they cringe, right? Cringe worthy, right? You know how people use these things, they will cringe, right? To cringe or bow, right? Yekahashu leka, they will bow to the eye, right? Kahash, right? Yekahashu, right? Leka, to the eye, male, oibeka, your male enemies, right? So the full, imrul Elohim, manorama seka, berob uzeka, yekahashu leka, oibeka. Here. So what do we have here? Tremendous, awesome, terrible. Your works are terrible. Jehovah's works is terrible. See, the heathen will get the wrong mind because they're being the wrong spirit. Right? Is it terrible? That's not a good thing. No, this is good. Yes. Right? How terrible. Right? Thy works. Manorama seka. Awe-inspiring. He's awesome. Right? His works are awful. Right? Are terrible. Right? You see, those in the Gentile mind, they're going to be thinking like the Gentile, but we know that the awesomeness, yes, is dreadful, are his works. More on this is in Psalm 65, round about verse 5, Hebraically verse 6, right? The second part where it says, through the greatness of thy power, through the what? Berob. The word greatness is really robe, not rob, but robe, berob, in the abundance, enoughness, berob uzeka, right? Berob uzecha, right? Berob uzeka, by the greatness, the abundance, the enoughness, the abundance of thy uzeka, of thy might, uzeka, of thy strength, whether material, physical, personal, social, political, on all levels, right? The eyes uzi, right? Uzeka. What will happen? It says, through the greatness, the abundance of thy power, shall thine enemies submit themselves to thee. Thine enemies, right? Ye kahashu leka oibeka. Ye kahashu leka oibeka. Right? Literally saying they will submit to the eye, your enemies. Literally in the order of the Hebrew, ye kahashu lecha oivecha, right? Ye kahashu leka oibeka. So the submitting, kahash, they will kahash. It's an interesting word, ain't it? Right? They will deceive to the eye, lie to the eye, fail to the eye, be disappointing, be untrue, be insufficient, be found liars, right? One form of the kahash, yeah, right? The kahash, but in the hit pa'el sense of the verb, right? It can have to cringe. In the sense of obedience, it's a feigned. It's like a feigned obedience. It's like an untrue obedience, right? Like 72 nations bound to the anointed elect of Elohim, the elect of Xavier. But we know, you know what I mean? Even the times where they bow to, right? To the anointed, right? You know what I mean? You know, to the king's Messiah. But they be untrue in word. That means they will feign, like they will feign a sense of obedience, right? Or in a deed, if it's a deed, right, they'll be disappointing, fail, cringe. It's like when His Majesty as Teferi, he was in Italy, right? And when he was passing through some of the Goy nations, right? Because you have to look at what he says, even the ends of the earth he'll give, right? So the elect, the king of Zion had to take a look at this. So Rastafari went there and they were saying, Viva Teferi, Viva Teferi. Right, like long live Teferi. And His Majesty writing his autobiography is like said something like, how strange it must seem to them now, You know, how strange, you know, like, isn't that ironic? Because Yikahashu, right? So when it says right here, they submit themselves to thee, right? You know, you see all these ones come and they bow, right, to that the anointed, right, king upon the throne of David, the Solomonic throne. But now we find that they only yielded feigned obedience, but it was a lie. But it's still, that, you know what I mean? Now, when some of the scholars look at this word because of looking at its roots, right, they bring out the sense of they will dwindle away, or more directly, they will come cringing, right, to you, right? Yikahashu leka, right? Come cringing to you, right? Oibeka, your oyebs, right? The oyebs, the enemies, those who have a personal and a national, right, hatred. Like, you know, there was a battle of Ottawa. They did it the first time, right? And then they came back after the coronation. You know what I mean? The enemies, they will come cringing, right? The same verb as we find in Psalm 18, round about verse 45. Take note. Psalm 18, Hebraically, verse 45. Right here. Let's go to the Dalet verse, the fourth verse right here. It says, all the earth shall worship thee, which means that they all will prostrate, shaha, they will bow down, right? You know, fall flat, fall flat on their face, and worship. They'll worship thee, right? And shall sing to thee. They shall sing thy name. They shall sing what? Notice it says they shall sing. Now, you see they put in to thy name. It's italicized because they didn't understand what it means to sing thy name. Right? We say we give eyes, I. You know what I mean? We give eyes, right? So they will sing the name, even becometh a song. Selah, pause, diasama, interlude, right? So here, call haaretz, yisha tachawu, yishtachawu leka, call haaretz, yishtachawu leka, we zamru lak, ye zamru shimka, ye zamru shimka, selah. Go again, that was choppy. Kol haaretz, yishtachawu leka, we zamru lak, ye zamru shimka, selah. So here, right? This here is the opening section, the call to humanity, praise, Isaiahs, right? Here it says all the earth, right? Literally all the land. Call haaretz, call haaretz, call haaretz, yishtachavu. Modern Hebrew they'll say yishtachavu, yishtachavu lecha, yishtachavu lecha. We say yishtachavu leka, yishtachavu. They will prostrate, bow down, lit for ka, for and to the I, male, right? So what do we have right here? They will worship thee. This was Hezekiah's prayer. Did you know? Hezekiah's prayer. We have to go right here so we can connect this psalm right here with Hezekiah, Chizkiyahu, right? Hezekiah's prayer in 37, 37:20, 37:20, 37:20. Going to 37:20. 37:20, we got contact. Here, Isaiah, Yeshaya 37:20. What do we have right here? Hezekiah's prayer. Now therefore, Yahuwah Eloheinu, he who be our Elohim, creator, ruler, my almighty judge, save us from his hand, that all the kingdoms, all the governments, right, of the land, all the governments of the earth may know that the I, Yahuwah, thou, the I only the I, only he who be, only thee. Here, wa ata Yahuwah Eloheinu, Hoshe'enu, miyado, with Yedu'u kola mama lekota haaretz, ki ata Yahuwah lebadeka, ki ata Yahuwah lebadeka, ki for ata, for because the I, right? That whenever the pronoun comes in, in such a construction is more emphatic. Kiata, kiata, kiata Yahweh levareka, right? For the I, he who be who he be. For thee be he who he be, lebadeka. For the I is he who he be, the I alone. You see what it's saying? We saw the Hebrew Trinity. For the I, kiata, for the I, Yahweh, meaning he who becomes who he becomes, lebadeka, alone, right? Alone. Father and Son, one bod, lebadeka, alone by thyself. So it's like saying thee, like saying to someone, saying to he who he be, thee, right? Oh, he who he be, lebadeka, thyself alone. Now he said, I and the Father is one. Check, check, right? Although it might not overtly say no, right? It doesn't say overtly he's God. We say Yeshua's God is my God, is our God, yeah, right? But we know that he's one in that divinity. It's beyond us. Just respect, ishtachu, right? Bow, right? So right here we're ata, right? And now Yahweh, and now at this present time, oh he who he be, Eloheinu, our Elohim, Hoshe'enu, Hoshia anu, Hoshe'enu, right? Save anu, save us, Hoshe'enu miyado, me from Yado, Yado, his hand, miyado, and save us from his hand, Hoshe'enu miyado, with Yeda'u, so that they will know, call, right? All call mamlikot. So all the mamlakas, everybody's mamlaka need to know. Every mamlaka should know, right? Every mamlaka should know, right? So it says, call mamlikot, all the mamlikot, all the kingdoms, all the dominions, all the reigns, sovereignties, all of them should know, right? With Yeda'u, call mamlekot haaretz, all the mamlekots, right, of the land, of the earth, kiata, that the I, right, Yahweh, oh he who be levadeka, right, the I and the I alone, right? So, what do we have right here, right here, all the earth, Hezekiah's prayer, right? So we see with Hezekiah's prayer, right here, and then we go right here. We have Kol Haaretz Yishtachu Leka, we Zamru Lak, Yit Zamru Shimka Selah. So right here, bringing us to a Selah, right? So it does connect in the spirit of Hezekiah's prayer, and often after a word that's such as this, in that sense, a selah, like an interlude, an intermission. You know, I'm like to the bridge. Let's meditate on this for a moment. Now, this here brings us here to the hay, right? To verses 5 to 7. Looking at the time, verses 5 to 7. Elohim's mighty deeds, the mighty deeds of Elohim, of the Creator, the ruler, the judge. Come and see the works of Elohim. Terrible, right? Terrible, right? Doing, right? Terrible doing, dreadful, awesome doing toward the children of men, right? Sometimes people have this idea of God. They say God, right? But is it our God, right? Here it says that he is terrible. His doing is terrible to humanity because he's God, right? You know what I mean? Know what I mean? Like it says, Liku Oreu, Liku Oru, Liku Oreu, Liku, come. Liku. When we say Leka, that's speaking to like a singular, Leka. Liku is like you are, Liku, U, and Reu. Remember Reu, to see, Reuben, see your son. Reu, see y'all, come and see y'all. Liku Oreu. Mifa'alot Elohim, the mifalot, the mif'alot. So here works is a little different word. Here is the mif'al. We have mif'al and mif'ala, right? Two forms of it. The mif'al and mif'ala. Mif'ala. What is mif'ala? Mif'ala is a work, a thing made. Yes, that's true. A performance. But let's go a little deeper. It's the pa'al. Pa'al fa'al, to do, to make. It's the doing and the making in a systemic way, a systematic making, a habitual making, a kind of a practice and a make perfect making, right? So right here, the sense, right? Likul kamyo u're'u mif'alot Elohim, and see the systemic, habitual, the practice and perfect workings of the Creator. Mifalot Elohim Norah, Norah, terrible, right? Elohim is Norah. He's awesome, right? He's awe-inspiring, right? He's awesome. He's awful. So when they say awful, that shouldn't make you feel no way. He's not awful. He's very beautiful. Well, yes, there's beauty in he who he be, but Elohim Norah, right? You gotta respect, right? The dreadfulness, right? Of the Creator. I mean, okay, go out in creation and see nature, right? Elohim Norah, Alila, Alila. Wait, what's up with this pointing here? No, I'm reading the pointing just right before me, right here. Let me see if it's a mispointing. Right here. Okay, yeah. We should have read this one here. Leku u're'u amif alot Elohim Norah alila. Alila. Alila al b'nei Adam. So here it says, come and see. Leku, come y'all, right? Leka, leka. Leku, u and re'u, and see. Mif alot Elohim, the works, the doings, the practice, habitual works of the Creator, Norah, right? Awesome, right? Dreadful. Alila, Alila is his Alila, all upon B'nai, the sons of Adam. So on the sons of Adam, or it could be construed as against the sons of Adam, not towards, but like I said, it's more like against, right? On behalf of the people. No, that's not very good there. On behalf of all is often used as like above, but it can also be against, right? So here, as you can see right here, what do we have? Terrible, right? Exciting awe, right? Yare is from the Yare, the Norah. The Norah is the Nifal. You see the Nifal? It's Yare in its base, Kal, and then when we bring it to the Nifal, right, is to be fearful or dreadful, right? One to be feared, teferi, tefara, to cause astonishment, to be in awe, to be held in awe, to inspire reverence or godly, goodly fear or awe, right? That sense of terrifying and awesome, and that sense of terribleness, right? But here, toward is really over, as we mentioned. That's the all right here. All, you see, all, not al. This is not al. Al mean not. Al mean not. All here, right, mean upon. Like on the ground of, on behalf of, yes, concerning, right? In certain contexts, it can mean in a prepositional sense against, right? But here, denoting his superior might that is above, right? And if man get out of hand, they can be used against the B'nai Adam, against the sons. You see what it says, descendants of Adam? Let's scroll over here. The children of men is the B'nai Adam, right? When referring to a singular, it can be a man, but in this context, it's speaking about humanity, right? Denoting his superior might as compared with human strength, right? The verse 6 right here, the Vav, the Wow verse right here. Here. He turned the sea into dry. They went through the flood on foot. There did we rejoice in him. Recalling even the Exodus narrative. Hafak Yam, right? The sea, the Yam. The word for sea is Yam, right? So here is Hafak Yam le Basha ba nahar ya'avrua bi ragel sham nisa mecha bau nismaha bau. Here he turned the sea into dry land. Hafak yam le yabasha, right? So the sea was hafakt. The sea got the sea got kind of upped up, right? The sea got hafak, right? Hafak means to turn in the sense of to overthrow. Hafak yam, right? Hafak yam. You got changed, you got transformed, right? In some senses, to turn oneself, to change oneself, get in reverse. In this sense, to be overturned or overthrown, or got upturned, to get hafakt. Don't get hafak, like to transform oneself, right? To turn, to change, right? To change, to overturn, to return, or even in a sense to pervert, right? But like to turn, like they say, you flip the script, to hafak the script. But here the sea, the yam, got hafak. It got a fak lit yabasha. It got a fak into a yabasha, right? The yabasha, right? What is the yabasha? So the sea turned into dry land, dry ground. Right, so you can see even the word picture of this. So hafak yam le yabasha, ba nahar ya abrua biragel. Right, the second part of this biragel, and they went through the flood on foot. They went by nahar. They went on the stream, the flood. Right, they went through it. Right, biragel, the ragel through on the regel, on the foot, right? The regel, baregel. Hafak yama liyabasha, banahar yabrua biragel. Sham nismechabo. Sham there nismechabo. Sham there nismechabo. Nismechabo. We will nismecha. We will be like samach, right? To rejoice, sameach, samach. We will be glad, ba'u, nismaha. We will be glad, ba'u, in him, in him. So the sea turned, right? Turned to sea, hafak yam liyabasha, into the dry land, like into like a shoreline, like the yabasha, dry land. At the exodus from Mitzrayim, right? The river on foot, Ba Nahar, right? The Nahar, like the whole Ba Nahar, right? On the river, or in that sense of in the river. Literally, the Hebrew here would be like in the river, Ba Nahar, Ya'abru. When it says they went, they abar, they Hebrewed, they crossed over, they passed over, they crossed over. Abar, the root of Hebrew. Here it says Ya'abru. Right, Ya'abru, ba nahar Ya'abru, biragel, right, by way of foot. The crossing of the Yarden. Remember how they crossed the Jordan, right? There, let us rejoice in him, right? There, Sham is there, right? Sham is there, right? Just to bring this out, right? Sham. So when we say that the word for name is Shem, some idiots insist no, it's Sham. So instead of saying name, they're saying there, right? So Sham is there, and Shem is name, right? Shem, right? Not the letter of the law, but the spirit. So right here, it says Sham nismecha bo. Sham nismecha bo. Right? Sham there nismecha bo. We will, right? Let us rejoice. Let us be happy. There, let us be happy in him. Right? As the Israelites, right? The Beta Israelites, they did on those occasions, so should humanity continue to look, right? To look and reflect upon those memorable, right, events, right? And rejoice in them, right? Because they are the pattern, right? It's a pattern recognition, pattern of Elohim's working, right? Of his working, Allah, right? In the destinies, right? Of the peoples, right? In the destinies of the people. So right here, verse 7. Remember, we are in this section here, last verse in the second section, speaking of Elohim, the Creator's mighty deeds. Here, the Zain verse right here. Let's get the English first. He ruleth by his power forever. His eyes behold the nations. May not the rebellious exalt themselves. Make not the rebellious exalt them dirty self. Selah. Here, bring out the Hebrew here. Moshel be Geborato. Moshel be Geborato Olama Enayo Bagoyima. Titza Pena. Titza Pena Ha Sorim. Al Yarumu Lamo Selah. Here, Moshel, Michel, no, not Michel, but from Mashal, right? And the one who does the marshalling, the marshal, to rule, to have dominion, is the Moshel, right? So right here, Moshel be Gaborato. Moshel, how does he rule, right? Moshel from Mashal. It's an interesting word, Mashal, to rule, right? It's also related to the word for parable. So they don't understand the parables. No wonder they don't rule, right? But here, he's the Moshel be Gabrato Olam, forever, right? Olam. There's the Olam there, right? So he ruleth by Giborato. That the Giborato, right, is a fuller sense of Gebora, right? Gebora is just like the word for strength, might, right? Giborato is by his strength. The proper word for this in the strength, strong, power sense is might. And it's like mighty, it's like a vigor, like being vigorous. It's like force, right? Valor, like of a mighty man, right? Giborato, right? Olam, forever, right? Forever. Elohim, who manifested his might, his Geborah, right? He manifested his might, his Geborah, right? His Geborah, as found on the tree of life, his might, right? In those far off days, he still rules. He still is Ha-Moshel. He still is the ruler, right? And he rules and will continue to rule until the end of time. And you know what will happen after that? He will still rule when there is no more time, right? Ones live, but there won't be. What's it? Revelation, the Chazon Yohanan, and the time no more. Right? But while there's time, just here, and time, upon the nations, right? Upon the what? Upon the nations. Here it says, Einayo Bagoyim. Einayo, his eyes, Einav, right? Anayo ba goyim is on the goyim. His eyes are on the nations, or upon the nations, ba goyim. The psalmist has in mind the victories of Gideon. Take note, the victories of Gideon, of Jephthah, and Samson over the surrounding nations. These are other nations that were in the land. And here it says, "May not the rebellious." Right? Made not the rebellious. Right? Let's go back to the last phrase. Ainayo bagoyim titzapena. Here's the word to behold. Right? From the tzafa. Titzapena. They look about. So when it says it beholds, it's like not just behold, but it's a special word that means to watch closely, like to spy in a different sense, not the other word tour, which is like a tourist, but this is a more deeper sense, to lean forward, to peer, to observe, to wait. It's like to spy, to pre, right? So his eyes pre, right? His eyes pre the goyim, his eyes pre the nation. Anayo ba goyim titzapena ha sorim, right? The rebellious al. Right? Don't let them not, right? Al yarum. Don't let them room themselves. Don't let them rise up. Yarum. Don't let them Remember, say al, not yarum. Don't let them rise up. Al yarum. Right? Don't let them rise. Right? Cause not them to rise. Lamo, for themselves. Don't cause them to raise up. Lamo, for themselves. Al yarumu lamo selah. Interlude. Pause right here. So the rebellious ha-sorim. That comes from sarar. Sarar here is to rebel. right? Sarah, to be stubborn, to be rebellious, to be refractory, right? To turn away, to refract. You know, like how light bends, light can refract. But in this context, the rebellious are those who are morally refractive. You know what I mean? Or like we say, morally perverted, right? Morally in the eyes, of course, you know, of the judge. Eloheinu. So make not the rebellious exalt themselves. Al Yarumu. They defy Eloheinu when they mark down Beit Yisrael, right, the house of Israel, the Beta Israel, right, as the object of aggression, right? Now compare this to what was said of Sennacherib. Remember, Sennacherib was the Syrian king at that time, right? Hezekiah and all that, and Yeshaya. In Isaiah chapter 37 and 23, it says, Yea, thou hast lifted up thine eyes on high, even against the Holy One of Yisrael. Right? Thou hast lifted up thine eyes on high, even against the Holy One of Yisrael. Just right here, here. Bring this out, 37, right? So that chapter 37, verse, right, 23. Just to bring that out. 23, KJV. Here we go, right here. Oh, whoa. It says, whom hast thou reproached and blasphemed? And against whom hast thou exalted voice? You have not even exalted your voice, but you exalting sound, right? Not you exalting sound, right? And lifted up thine eyes on high against the Holy One of Yisrael, right? Yisrael, at me, Cherafta, with Gia Dafta. You have done what? Insulted, right? At me. You know, almost like, are you the one? You the one, right? You the one. You are who? Literally, at me. You are who, right? At me, Cherafta, who has like insulted, like reproach, with Gidafta, right? Cherafta with Gidafta. Right? You've insulted and reviled, right? With all me and upon and on who? Like on or against who? With all me and against who? Ha ri motakol. Against who are you lifting up? Room, right? Ha ri motakol. Are you lifting up sound? Right? Like voice, not your voice, but just a noise, you know, a voice. Wa tisa, and lift up, right? Marom, lift up on high. Wa tisa, and you lifting up marom, highly, like on high to the marom, to the height. Aineka, your eyes, right? Il, to Kedosh, to the holy of Yisrael, to the Holy One of Yisrael, Il Kadosh Yisrael, all together. Et mi yachrafta wigidafta, we'almi ha rimota kol, watisama rom aineka Il Kadosh Yisrael. And this is what was said of Sennacherib, because he was talking a lot of smack on high until he and the Syrians got smacked down. So right here. This brings us here to 8 to 12. Let's catch up now. Here we had the opening, right? Opening with the call. First is the call. Many are called, right? The call to humanity, the praise Elohim, the creator, the ruler, the judge. Then in verses 5 to 7, Elohim's mighty deeds, the creator, the ruler, the judge's mighty deeds. Then here, verses 8 to 12, the Todah. This is a time for Todah, for thanksgiving, Todah, thanks and praise, Todah, for deliverance. Here, picking up on verse 8, right, the Chet, right, Pasuk Chet, verse 8 to 12, thanksgiving for deliverance. Oh, bless Eloheinu, bless our Elohim, I Elohim, right? Oh, bless Eloheinu, your people, and make the voice of his praise Tehilato to be heard. You heard? Make the voice of his tehillah. Hallelujah. The Yah, the shout of Yah, the Elilta, his tehillah, right? To be heard. Here. Barku. Amin. Bless y'all, right? Amin. People, right? So here's like a command to you, like to peoples, right? Amin, right? To like peoples, right? Barku, right? To bless. So bless y'all peoples, right? Eloheinu, our Elohim, Eloheinu, the Elohe of Anu, of us, Eloheinu, right? Barku, Amin, Eloheinu, where Hashamiu, Hashmi'u, we're Hashmi'u, and cause it to be Shamad, right? Shama, we're Hashmi'u, right? And cause it to be heard, call, right? The voice, like cause in a sense, cause them, right? It's like it has something like that, cause them to hear the call, the voice, Tehilato, right? So like while to the enemy was said that you raise up voice, you lifting yourself up, right? And you're lifting up your voice to who you're lifting up your voice to. And here for the people, the worshipful people, it's where Hashmi'u, cause them to hear. See, because they've been boasting and bragging and lifting up against Yahweh, but cause them to hear the call, the voice of Tehilato, the call to Hilato, where Hashmi'u, all to Hilato, right? Hear the voice of his praise, right? So they can learn something better. So the Amim is the plural of Am is people. Amim is like peoples, right? Ye peoples, y'all peoples, conscious of the Beta Yisrael, Beit Yisrael, right? The mission, right? The Beta Israelites' mission to the world. The psalmist here can call up on them to give thanks for Yisrael's preservation because of what Yisrael's mission, the true mission of Ayanai Beit Yisrael, the Beta Israelites, is, right? Therefore, it's calling upon them to give thanks for Yisrael's Ayanai's preservation, to fulfill its work, for Ayanai to fulfill our work, right? So when we're delivered, they should be given praise so we can fulfill our work for them, right? And put in that work, right? But first, the call to the peoples, Baruchu Amim Eloheinu we Hashmiu, call Tehilato, So here, cause his right praise to be heard. Here the 8th verse, the 9th verse right here, right? Who, right? He who be who he be, right? Well, we don't say the Hashem is not said, right, at any point here, right, in this psalm. So, but it was speaking of Elohim, the creator, right, in the sense of Yahweh. But this congregational worship. So where it says which, bana which, right, is who holdeth our soul in life and suffereth not our feet to be moved, right? So we're saying to the peoples, Baruch, right, for them to bless, right, Eloheinu, and to make the voice of his praise to be heard, right? Make the voice of his praise to be heard, right? Because who is Eloheinu, our Elohim? Well, it's Yahweh Eloheinu. Remember we just showed you in the Isaiah, Yeshaya, what Hezekiah said, Lord our God, in Hebrew, Yahweh Eloheinu, right? So he is the one who holdeth our soul in life and suffereth not our foot to be moved. Just like a tree planted by the water. Yeah, I will not be moved. Our feet, right? Holdeth, putteth, right? So notice the hour sense, the hour, like the first part of the verse 12, the hour, I and I. Hasam nafshenu b'chayim. Hasam, he has set from the sum sense, right? Hasam, right? The Hasam right here. Do they have it? They don't. Hasam, right? To set, right? Yes, that sense of to set in the Hefil. But the Hasam nafshenu, the nefesh of Anu. So the nefesh soul of Anu is nafshenu. our soul. So here it's like we all have one soul, one heart, one soul, like one love, there's one love. But here the sense is that one soul, right? So like all of us having one love, here is like having one soul. Hasam nafsheinu b'chaim, because when we come together to give praise as one. So even in this form of the praise, the soul is not our souls, but our soul as one soul, right? Hasam nafsheinu b'chaim, who sets our soul b'chaim, in chayim, in lives, in living, right? With law natan, and has not natan, has not given. The word suffer is not, oh, I'm suffering so much. No, it's natan. Natan is to give, right? Natan is to give. With law natan, velo natan, velo natan lamot ragleinu. With law natan, law not natan, not giving, lamot to move, right? Ragleinu, the regel of anu, ragleinu, our feet, our, actually it says ragleinu, the leinu. It literally says foot, but in the connotative sense of feet, regel, ragleinu, our foot, right? So we all have one foot, right? You can remember the 3 times in a year, the 3 feasts, the shalosh regalim, right? The 3 pilgrim feasts, right? Shalosh, 3 regalim, right? 3 feet. Here we see where it says ragleinu, our foot. So it's like our soul, right? Implying that we are like one corporate body. Check. Hasam nafsheinu b'chayim, v'lo natan lamot ragleinu. Right. So what we have here, right? Mot, lamot, right? To waver, right? To shake, to waver, right? To be wavering, right? Sometimes happy, sometimes sad, all that. To be moved, to stumble and fall before the enemy. The context, our foot to be moved, for us to be stumbled and fallen before the enemy, right? And still here we are in life, although the Syrians were saying a lot of high and fly things. They was saying a lot of high and fly things against the Kadosh Yisrael, and he heard and he answered. That's why we give him praise here, right? For thou, Elohim, creator, ruler, sovereign judge, has proved us, right? This is Bahan. The sense of Bahan is like to try to examine. This is like like you do in metallurgy, like a jeweler, right? To test if it's real gold. Not no fake gold, right? To test it, like when you test metals, Bahan, right? Or in a general and figurative sense, when you really investigate, right? So Elohim, even our Elohim, has proved us. Thou hast tried us as silver, just like silver is tried. Here. Ki be chatanu. Ki be chatanu Elohim. Ki, because for, be chatan, right? Be chantanu. Slika. Be chantanu. Ki be chantanu. He has bechanta, you have tested anu. Bechanta, anu. Right? So they're actually separate words, but in this sense come together as one word. Bechantanu. Right? Ki bechantanu Elohim. For you have bechanta. You have bechanta. You have examined, proven, right? Anu, us, Elohim, right? Creator, ruler, sovereign. Seraftanu. Serafta from Saraf. So saying to a man, Serafta, is like you have smelted. Serafta. You have refined, you have tested. Serafta. Right? You have proven true. Almost like the smelter, the refiner, right? Right? Fused, but it's in the sense when metal is fused, but in the sense of literally or figuratively when you refine metal. So by the experiences that Kol Yisrael has gone through, we have been, in that sense, tried or refined. Tzarafta anu. Tzaraftanu. Ki tzaraf, like tzaraf, right? Like tried, tzaraf, Saraf is like that which has been tried. Saraf, kasef, like silver that is tried. Kia saraf, kasef. Full of full. Ki bechantanu Elohim. Tzraftanu. Ki tzraf kasef. Just like the kasef or the kesef, like the silver money. Tried us. Tried us. Right? You have tried us. Bechantanu. Bechanta anu. Tried us. As precious metal is treated and tested and purified in the refiner's crucible, in the fire. Yisrael, the Beta Israelites, was made, nine ancestors to pass through the fires of suffering, and we issue forth from the ordeal clean, chabarim, and cleansed of the dross, right, in him, right? Yes, so right here, ki, behantanu, Elohim, tzraftanu, ki tzraf kasef. Here, the Yod Aleph. Here, thou, the I, and none other, lebadeka, right? Thou broughtest us into the net. Thou laid affliction up on our loins, upon our loins. Ha Beitanu, Ha Betanu, Ha Beitanu. You have brought us, right? You have brought us, Ha Beitanu, from the bow to go, causing us to enter in. But it can also have the sense of bringing, right? In the Hefil sense, to the Heveta, right? Here you've caused us, you brought us, right? Ha Beitanu, right? Anu, us. Ha beta, anu, ha betanu, bama, mitsuda, ba mitsuda. You brought us into the mitsuda, matsuda. They said the masada, matsuda, into the net, into the prey, the net, the drag net. But also secondarily, this can be like a fastness, like a stronghold. Because a stronghold would be like a drag net or like a net for one who tried, to kind of storm it in a sense. So it can have like a twofold, but in this context, because the spirit, right, is more of the capture net, right, into the capture net. We lost our defense and got caught up in the drag net, right? Ha betanu ba mitsuda samta. You have laid, you have set place, samta, right? Samta, muaka. You have set what? Muaka, right? You set muaka, chant. Muaka, you set compression, right? So Elohim put us through that compression mode, right? That distress. See how the word compress, distress, pressure, right? For sure, right? Compression. Right, like in music, when you have to compress, compress a track, right? They put that pressure on, that distress on, you know what I mean? But then after the track is compressed, sometime properly, it sounds really good, you know what I mean? Right? Samta muaka bi mateno. You put this on the moten, right? Bi motenu. On the moten, on the loins is the hips. It didn't say on the groin. And that's not the groin. The groin is the front, the loins is the back, the small of the back, and the hips. Check. Often thought to be the seat of one's power, right? The slender part, the waist. You see what it says? The small of the back. Because I heard somebody talking about loins one day, and they thought they was imagining groins. Right? And I was watching, there was debating the Bible. Somebody was trying to say the Bible this, the Bible that, but they didn't know the difference between the loins and the groin. Right? The groin is in the front, but the loins is the small of the back. Right? So here it says, you have laid affliction upon our loins. Like almost like, when somebody say broke back? No kidding. You know what I mean? That's what it's saying. Broke back. Right? Ha beta ba mitsuda. Samta muaka be motein, be motenein, be Motanenu. Here we have it. So the first word, the mitsuda. What is a mitsuda here? The matsud, right? It's a dungeon. Also brought out in the context of a dungeon, right? But likely the AV and the RV, it often says the net, right? So you can see it symbolic a dungeon or a prison, but in a more direct sense into the net, that drag net, right? The tribulation that befell the Beta Israelites, right, during the invasion were punishment for chet, right? So Hebraically, in the time of the Psalm, that's how they would have seen that, but we can even apply this, right, to the, 400 years, yeah, right? Especially that part, same thing, same Israelites, same reasons, right? Lay constraint, when it says a latest affliction, right? Samta mu'aka, laid compression, distress, or some bring that out as affliction, right? This is like a constraint, right? A weight of trouble, right? A heavy, heavy load that well nigh crushed them, right? Was imposed up on the whole nation, right? If you read the Hezekiah, ones who read Hezekiah know it, they definitely see a beautiful word picture here, right? Because it wasn't just upon one person, but it was what was put in place, the yoke on the nation as a whole, as one man. Here, the Yod Bait, the 12th verse right here, pushing through right here, so we can complete this section of Thanksgiving, right? It says, Thou hast caused men to ride over our heads. I know ones who say, wait, is this the Thanksgiving for deliverance? Yes. Thou hast caused men to ride over our heads. We went through fire and through water. And it's a Bingi chant. There's a chant from the old Negro spiritual that speaks about that, through the fire and through the water, right? But thou, the eye, broughtest us out into wealth, into prosperity. Now, this is deep, this line right here, the fire and the water. In the context of the Psalm, one say we went through the fire and we went through the water. But think about it. Verses earlier, it talked about what? Testing metal. Also, what they do when you smelt metal and you refine metal, you put it in the fire, and then you put the metal in the water. Then they sometimes go back to putting the metal in the fire, and they put it, you know what I'm saying? So even we like the metal. You see this beautiful levels right here, right, of receptivity. As Moshe said, if you can receive it, it is yours. Thou hast caused men to ride over our heads. Let's bring out the Ivrit right here. Let's go here. LXX. La rewacha. La rewacha. Or la vacha. La rewaya. That's the one I know right there. La rewaya. But the LXX has la rewacha. That's the LXX and the Aramaic, but the Masoretic has la rewaya. Yeah, that's more Judaic Yehudi there, right? So la rewaya, right? So let's go down here, because we don't want to read that one there, because we know this one here, right? So here it says here kapta enosha lir roshenu banu ba'esha ua ba'mayim wa totzienu la rewaya. Bring us to the rewaya. Here, modern Hebrew, revaya, ancient pointing rewaya. Saturation. Like on a hot day, satisfaction, the cup running over, rava, to be satiated. You know what I mean? Like, when you're really thirsty and you get something to drink and you're like, yo, yes. You know what I'm saying? You feel really saturated. You have your drink. You know what I mean? It could be to getting drunk and intoxicated, but the general sense here is to saturate, to cause to be watered, to slake that thirst. You thirsty, 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 and you slaked it. Slake that thirst. You know, watch, they're going to hear this and they're going to be like, I don't know if they already have it, but it'll be like one of those advertisements, some drink, slake your thirst. All right. So we, Yadin and Ron Side is the fault. Now I'm going to say this on the record. So they have to cut we, you know, something for real. They have to give tribute. But here it says, Hirkabta Enosh. You've caused Enosh. You cause them to ride. Rakab. Hirkabta. Hirkabta is like one causing someone else. Right? So it's saying to Elohim, Eloheinu, that he caused Enosh. He caused mortal men and people to ride Le Roshenu, over our Rosh, over our head. Now, notice something right here. In the English, it says heads, but more correctly, it'll be head, right? You've caused, in a sense, it's like you have caused Enosh, a man, to ride over our head. It's a singular sense actually in the Hebrew, but the singular many times denote the plural. Like all of them are as, so that why Yahweh said to Moshe, I will destroy them as one man. Right? Yeah, they're many men, but they all, like, for me, you know, was like one man. Right? But in this sense, it's like all of us is like this one man, this one corporate body. Hirkavta enosh le roshenu. Banu, we went, Ba'esh, we went in fire, U, Ba'mayim, and in the waters, right? Banu, Ba'esh, U, Ba'mayim, right? Wa totzi'enu, and you caused us to exodus, you caused us to come out, Totzi'enu, Totzi'enu, Wa totzi'enu, you caused us to exodus out, La rewaya, right? To satisfaction, to slaking of our thirst. Like we was in a place where we were so dry, we were so like thirsty, and he brought us out of that place, right, into a place where we can be satisfied, right? A spacious place. Here's what they say. Well, Jerome, Syrian Masoretic reads saturation, well watered, like almost like say a well watered place. Right? So right here, men, Enosh. Let's bring it up here so you can see it right here. Men is Enosh. Man, sense of mortal man, Hirkavta, Enosh, Rakab, the root word, Hirkavta is the he feel sense, Hirkavta, Rakab, Hirkavta. The eye has caused to ride, causing to ride, or even causing to draw. You see the plow, right? Causing to draw the plow, right? Caused to ride, right? Men, right? So the Enosh, as we have in Psalm 8, round about verse 4, verse 5, to ride over, Hirkavta, right? Enosh, right? Men and people, right? Hirkavta Enosh, where we rate here, there we go. Hirkavta Enosh, men, Lir Roshenu, over our Roshes. Roshenu, Roshe of Anu, the Roshe of Anu, right? Hirkavta Enosh Lir Roshenu. What does this mean, Chaverim? This is a picture of a wounded man, right? Picture wounded men, right? Wounded men laying helpless on the ground while the horsemen, right, ride piteously, right? Pitilessly over them. This is that word picture of that, right? So he said, this is how bad the situation was. Like if they just, made us helpless men lie down on the ground and they rode horses over our heads, right? And, man to man is so unjust, the inhumanity of man to man, that this exactly as the word picture example has happened. But this here is kind of given like for emphasis, right? This is how dread it is, right? And we've gone through the fire and the water, right? We've gone into, right? Banu, Ba'anu, right? We went Ba from Bo, Ba'anu, right? We've entered into it. Not just that we went like in, like on the side. No, we went into into Aish, into the fire, right? Ba'enu, Ba'aish, and Ba'mayim, and into the waters, and into the waters. But this is symbolic of serious dangers. So, as a Hebraicism of this Afro-African Shemitic language, when this sort of a phrase is, it's like, this is really serious. Like, can you imagine you entering it? So the fire be like Daniel and the lion's den, right? And the water is almost like Jonah, but the situation is so dread, like entering into the fire and into the water. We have this in Isaiah. Isaiah also uses the same language, Yeshaya, in Isaiah chapter 63 and 2, right? Slicker. I said 63, my bad. I misread the Latin. Isaiah XLII, Isaiah 43, right? Isaiah 43 and 2. And because of that, let's just go there. Isaiah 43, right? And 2, just to get the similarity of the linguistics. When thou passest through the waters, I with thee. So here's what Yahweh says to the prophet Yeshaya. When the eye passes through the waters, I with thee. And through the rivers, they shall not overflow thee. When thou walkest through the fire, thou shalt not be burned. Neither shall the flame kindle up on thee eye. Yes, I, Rastafari. Even the English, they bring out some of the rhyme right there. Kia ta'abora b'mayim iteka ani. Ua bana harot lo yishat fuka. Kia teleka b'mo'esh lo tia kawe with la haba lo tiv arbak. Here. So that sense of passing through the waters. So like when we would pass through the waters, right? He says, I with thee, that Amanuel, right? And through the rivers, they shall not overflow thee. And when the eye walketh through the fire, thou shalt not be burnt, neither shall the flame kindle. So the flame like kindle up on thee. So there'll be fires burning, but it's not going to kindle up on thee. You know what I mean? Yeah. So right here, just to bring that out, it says, and thou broughtest us to a wealthy place, the KJV, right? But you see, there we go. Rewaya, right? To a moist place, a well-watered place, not a dry, not a dry AF. He brought us out of the dry AF. You know what I'm saying? To a moist place, to a well-watered place. And here, in the Hebrew, it says, Wa totzienu, la rewaya, saturation, to be satisfied, right? As distinct from the privations in a dry ass place, a dry AF. Well, Mitzrayim, it's a desert, it's dry. No wonder things preserved from thousands of years, because it's dry. How dry am I? But he took us out of that and satisfied our thirst, right? That they had endured, the contrast is made evident. Here, to come to the conclusion right here, we have 13 to 15. 13 to 15 is the king, Hamelech. The king discharges his vows. So we can point to this in the sense of even Hezekiah, not Ezekiel, that's Yechezkiel, Chizkiah, right? Hezekiah, Chizkiah Hamelech, King Hezekiah. When we put it together, with the Isaiah and the historical narrative. But here the Yod Gimel. So verse 13 to 15, the king discharges or pays his vows. I will go, right, into thy house with burnt offering. I will pay thee my vows. I will pay thee my vows. In a sense, this prayer could have been kind of an anonymous prayer by even Hezekiah and them. right? I mean, as I go through the verses, I can see it there. But here he is giving a votive. This is a votive or a vow. He's saying what he will do. I will go into thy house. So here is more of the discharging than the paying. But he's saying that what I will do, right? I will go into thy house. How? With burnt offering. I will pay thee. What will I pay thee? My vows, right? That which I vow. Abo Beitika. Abo Beitika. Abo, I will enter in Beitika, the I male house. Avo Veitecha. Avo Veitecha, modern Hebrew. Avo Veitecha, ancient pointing. Abo Beitika. Be Olot, by way of Olot, with the Olas, in the plural sense, Olot, with the burnt offering, the ascension offering. Ashalem, Eshalem, Ashalem, Eshalem, I will shalom, or shalem. Here, this is peace, yes, shalom, but it also means in the PL sense, Eshalem, Eshalem, to complete, to finish, but to make good, to make compensation, in the sense of to make good, to pay. I will pay, I will make good, I will make peace, Eshalem leka, to the I male, nidarai, my neders, my vows. Eshalem lecha nidarai. Abo veteka be'olot. Ashalem leka nidarai. Here. What do we have here? I will come into thy house. The speaker is the head, Harosh, is the head of the nation who acts on their behalf, right? So the speaker at this point, right, is the head of the nation, right? Interpreted here as the king who acts on their behalf, as we see Dawit doing and other kings taking that pattern. Abo be'teka be'olot, right? Then he says, Eshalem leka, I will make peace by paying. Ashalem lecha nidarai, right? My nidars, my neder. What is a neder? Right? The neder is a vow. So that which I said yea and amen to, I will fulfill. Right? What I said in times of distress, right? When I come into that redemption, that salvation, that deliverance, rather, into that deliverance, I will pay. The nation coming into that deliverance, right? The king paying. So here we have Psalm 65, the previous psalm, around about verse 1, verse 2, verse 1, and with the connection here concerning the vows, and payment, right? Here, one more time. Avo be'teka be'olot, eshalem leka nidarai. Here in verse 14, the Yod Dalet, 14th verse, right? Then notice what he says. It's a comma in better translation. They have a comma after vowels in the previous verse, right? He had the Yod Dalet, the 14th verse. So he says, I will perform or pay to thee, Eshalem lecha, to the I, right? I will perform or pay, make good, make peace by making good, by paying what I said I would do, right? I will perform to thee my vows. They say which, once again, bana which, that, more better that, my vows, comma, that, the vows that my lips have uttered and my mouth have spoken when I was in trouble. It's a beautiful verse here because in these two verses, it really gives a explanation, not explanation, but a description, right? That's applicable of what is a vow. A vow is that which my lips have uttered and my mouth have spoken. So the lips uttering it, the mouth speaking it, when at the time when I was in trouble. You know, sometimes the person say, God, please help me out of this situation. I will give you this, I'll do this, I'll do that. And then you get out the situation, and you didn't keep your word, right? You didn't shalom, right? You think you're gonna have shalom, right? But anyway, right here, it says Asher, that which Asher patsua sifatai, Asher patsu sifatai, Asher patsu. So here we have that which, right, sifatai, my lips, right, have patza, right, patza, have parted, open, like almost the opening of the mouth, right? That which I've opened my mouth to, right? The opening, right? Especially the mouth, right? Asher, that which patsu, that which has parted, sifatai, that which has parted. I'm thinking the thought that my lips are parting, right? That which is coming out, right? With diber pi, and that which speaking, right? With diber and speaking mouth. So it's like the parting lips and the speaking mouth, right? Patsua sifatai with diber pi batsarli. When batsar in the sar li, right? In the what for me? In the czar. When the czar was for me, right? When the narrow, the tightness, the straits, the stress, the adversaries, the czar. The Tsar has always, but here we have a Tsar in Hebrew, right? So when it says right here, it says with the pi, right, and speaking mouth, but Tsar li, right, when or in the night narrowness, tightness, distress, right, yeah. So right here, what do we have here? That which or that my lips have uttered. Literally, is wherewith my lips opened. Wherewith my lips opened. What I opened my lips to. What I opened my lips to, and what was the words of my mouth. Right? Words of my mouth, meditation of my heart, be acceptable in thy sight. O Yahuwah, my strength and my redeemer. To utter the words of promise. Yea, your yea and your nay. Right here. This verse again, short. But talawa asha patsu sifatai. With diber pi. Batsar li. Here. To the 8th Vav verse here, 15th verse here. Right? He says, now, this is the last section right here, right? Right? The last. Oh, we're coming to the next. This is the next to last right here, right? Of this section, right? It says, I will offer, Slika, I will offer to thee, right, burnt sacrifices of fatlings with the aishins, the incense of rams. I will offer bullocks with goats, Selah. Now, one might say, incense of rams, yeah. In fact, in the ancient days, they would make the rams burn like you would burn incense. You know how a person would burn incense? Well, that's how the rams would be burning on the altar, just like incense and sending up a fragrance. Yeah. So here, right? The fatlings, the marrow, right? The marrow, right? The burnt sacrifice of the marrow with the aishins of rams. Or in the Hebraic sense, to cause the rams to smoke, to cause the rams to become like Aishans. I will offer bullocks with goats. Selah. Right here. Right? Let's see. Lekah. Let's see. Omit. The Masoretic does not have Lekah there. Let me look. Give me one moment right here. All right, let's go down to Tanakh. All right, Tanakh. Okay. Okay, I see what they're saying now. Look at the Tanakh. All right. So right here we'll take this. It says, Olota mechim a'aleh lak. Olota mechim a'aleh lak. Ima kitoreta elim e'eseh bakar. Ima atudim Selah. Im with atudim, with the for the bulls, the bakar with the atudim, the bakar with the atudim. So here. Let's go up here, right here. I will offer, right? So the offering, the Allah, the Olah, right? The Aliyah, right? The offering right there. Olota mechim, right? The mechim from Mayach. Mayach is like a fatling, a fat one, right? I will offer a fat one. All right, I know a little skinny or something. No, I'm offer a good something. If that's what we're doing, the burnt sacrifice back in them days, the best thing you could is to give the best, right? And pray that Yah bless. So here it's going through, kind of giving us a sample, right, of the offerings, right? With aishans of rams, I will offer bullocks, right? The bakar, right? The herd, the cattle, right? With the atudim, with the atud. Atud, right, is a ram or a he goat, a chief goat, the atudim, with the chief goats, right? So here giving us a kind of a picture, a word picture. But when you read it, it seems to be in the sense of this is what I will do. It's almost like deliver me, deliver us. This is what the king's offerings will be. The king is discharging what his vows are going to be for deliverance, right? What he will do, what he will offer. So here, once again, olota mechim a'aleh, a'aleh. I will offer up, cause to go up, a'aleh. Ale lak to thee. Ima ketoret with the ketoret, the ancients of Elim, with the ancients of the Elim, right? Ase. Some add lika, but that's kind of redundant. But lika will be to you male. Ase is like that I will do. This is what I will do, right? Bakar, the bulls, right? Aim atudim with the goats, selah, the asama, sila to the bridge, right? He is the king, right? The king has discharged, right? The king has discharged his vows at this point of it right here. And so here, last section 16 to 20, his testimony, right? His testimony to Elohim's aid. So it really, 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 really and truly does fit in well, right, with Hezekiah's time, right? A lot of corresponding points that make that point, right? But right here, right? Here to the 16th verse right here, right? The 16th verse. Here we're at the 8th Zain, 16th verse. Come here, all y'all that reverence, that respect, that reverence, here, that reverence, right? That reverence Elohim. And I will declare what he hath done for my soul. So this is a testimony. Like when it said, I got to testify, it's testimony, testify time. So here, right, the king, the representative, right, the king, we see this as in its direct context as Chizkiah, right? But no doubt also David and other kings, or other ones would. This is basically a principle of testimony, right? Here it says, Likua Shima'u, Liku, come y'all, Shima'u, and hear and Shama, hear y'all, Liku, Shima'u, wa asapara, and let me recount, right? Come here and let me tell you, is what he's saying. Likua shima'ua wa sapara, call Yirei Elohim. All y'all who reverence Elohim, the creator, right? The ruler, the judge, right? Call all Yirei Elohim. Call Yirei Elohim. All y'all who respect, who reverence, right? The creator. Asher Asa, right? Asher, that which Asa, he has done, Linafshi, right? That which he has done for my soul, for my psyche. Asher Asa Linafshi. Altogether, Likua Shima'u, Wasapara, Call Yirei Elohim. Asher Asa Lit Nafshi. Here. This is his testimony. All y'all is directed to all yous that reverence Elohim, right? Call Yirei Elohim. Call Yirei, the Yirei, the reverences of Elohim, whether Israelites or even non-Israelites. Do you reverence Elohim? Not your Elohim, but Eloheinu, who is Ha Elohim. Not the Elohim Acharim, but Eloheinu, right? Our Elohim, right? Whether they are Israelites or non-Israelites who have been won. They've been won over to the worship of Eloheinu, the worship of Him, by the sight and the testimony and the faith of and in His works. Why? Because He works, right? Lekua shima'u wa sapara wa asapara. I will declare, I will sapar, I will count, I will relate asapara. Like I said, asapara in the Hebrew, it has a sense of like leku shima'u, come and hear y'all, wasapara, and let me tell you, wasapara Qorey Elohim asher asa linafshein, what He has done for my soul, what He have done for my soul, my life, my psyche, my state of mind, when I and it, when I and my mind, right, my soul was in peril, and He was extolled, right, and He was extolled, right, with my tongue. This is pushing to the next verse right here, right here. Right, let's go to the next verse. The Yozain. Here we go. I cried to Him, right? I cried to Him with my mouth, and He was extolled with my tongue. Like Ara, I cried, or I called out, I shouted out, I recited, I read, right? I cried out, I proclaimed, I even proclaimed with the name of Elohim. I called out to Him, and He was extolled with my tongue, right? I cried out to Him with my mouth, right? Now, yeah, and He was extolled, right, with my tongue. Let's bring it out right here. Elayo, pi karati. Elayo, to Him, elav pi karati. To Him, like towards Him, to Him, pi, my mouth, like karati, my mouth karati, right? P is my mouth, and karati, it means I have kara, I've called out, I proclaimed, also I've read, recited, or call upon Him by name. Elayo pia karati with romam, and big tahat, right, romam, right, the extolling romam from the room, romam. Here we go. You see the romam, the praise, romam. Now romam comes from the word room. Room is the base word. The build here is the polal sense, romam, which means like something that is high, exalted, in sense of exaltation, extolling praise, romam, exaltation, figuratively and specifically a type of praise, exaltation, praise, right? He says, "We romam tachata lishoni." We romam tachata lishoni. And the romam, the exaltation, tachat, under, lishoni, was under, in a sense, under my tongue, right? We romam tachata lishoni. That means as the exaltation lifts up, then this under my tongue, right? I was speaking, I was singing, I was praising, right? It was lifting up my tongue. The ililta, right? Elayo pi karati, with romam tachata lishoni. Here, and He was extolled with my tongue. More literally, with high praise. So you see the exaltation, the romam. So in a sense, from our study, this would be like the elilta, right? That sense, the romam, the high praise. Right? The high praise was under my tongue. Because if you do it correctly, it's like there's something under your tongue that's lifting up your tongue to make the sound. Right? The high praise was under. Right? It's kind of an idiom, Hebraic idiom, but there's a kind of a literal sense if you can figure it, right? Prayer, tefillah, was mingled with praise, right? And here's the beauty of the Hebraic way, that the prayer, right, was mingled with praise. You know how like praise, if it's deep, it can get kind of brooding, but you can lift it up, right? You know what I mean? It can keep that high vibe, right, with prayer and praise. So this is the beauty of Psalms. You see what I'm saying? Because if it's not Psalm, then basically it's prayer. But if it's prayer with praise, right? So in one's praise is the prayer. So prayer here was mingled, right, with praise because of the certainty that he, even he who be, would answer. Right here, elav, pi, karati, vit romam tachata lishoni. Here. Here we go, right here. Here we go. Oh, wow. Well, here we go. Right? We have the Yod Chet verse, right? The 18th verse, right? If I regard iniquity in my heart, Adonai will not hear me. Right? When im raiti libi lo yishma. Now here in this version from the Greek, they kind of superimpose, they add in Yahweh, but more correctly it's Adonai. Right. So right here, let's see what they say. Blah 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 blah. Let's see 430 in the Hebrew. What is it saying? Right here. Okay. But here it says Adonai. Now we know that Adonai often is connected with the Elohim in prayer, right? In the Hebrew manuscripts, right, the MT reads Adonai, right? Because you have to understand like Lord and Lord of his mercy, and the reason why they're focusing on his title as Elohim. This is significant. But here, Awen im raiti. So Awen or Aven im raiti. If I see Aven, trouble, sorrow, iniquity. This word here is like to pant yourself, to exert yourself for nothingness. Right? Like don't stress yourself, exert yourself, usually in vain, vanity. So it says Aven im raiti. To say like iniquity, right? Aven im raiti. If I see, seen, raiti, right? If I see, believe it. If I see iniquity in my heart, right? In other words, so what is this iniquity, trouble, sorrow? But the context is exerting oneself usually in vain, right? In one's heart, panting, exert oneself usually in vain, right? In a sense of nothingness, trouble, wickedness, vanity, right? In other words, to keep our mind clear, right? Right? He was emboldened to pray and to praise because he knew, right? He knew that he was innocent of wrongdoing and that the attacker was wholly evil, completely evil. This is one bringing out of it. On another level, if I see iniquity in my heart, right? If you always like, sometimes, remember the man that Yeshua talked about, the Pharisee, and then there was the publican. The publican, when he went to pray, the standing prayer, the Amidah, he would not even lift up his head. He kept his head down. But then you had the Pharisee, that was saying, I'm not like this man. His prayer was like, I'm not like this one. I'm not like that. And talking about that one and the next one. I do this. I keep Shabbat. I eat kosher. He's talking his stuff like it's really something. And the other man would lift up his head and said, Adonai, forgive me. I'm a sinner. And then Robenu, Yeshua said, well, which man went home justified? In other words, which man got a good night rest, and had a good day, the next day. You know what I mean? Because so that iniquity in your heart, it's like that. Because the Pharisee was focusing on how he's not like this one. It's your time to talk to dad. To Abinu Sheba Shemayim, and you're talking about the other brothers. That's all. What's that? Is that prayer? What kind of thing is that? Right? That's like holding iniquity in your heart. You know what I mean? So our mind, our mind state. So when im raiti belibi lo yishma, he will not hear. Right? Like Adonai don't want to hear that. Lo Yishma Adonai, Lord of his mercy, don't want to hear that. Yod 8, Yod 8. Here the 19th verse. Verily, Elohim have heard. He have attended to the voice of my prayer. Isn't that beautiful? Like he says, if I do this, then nah, he's not going to hear me. But what's he saying here? Verily, I came. So we had can, then I came. It's a strong assertive force. Truly, indeed, I came. Shama Elohim. Indeed, Elohim, he hears. Right? Elohim hears. I came. Shama Elohim. He b'kol tefilati. He b'kol tefilati. He b'kol tefilati. Right? And he has attended, he has kashav, kashav, the root word, right? The he feel sense. He kashiv, to pay attention, to give attention to, right? He has give attention to, b'kol, by way of the voice, tifilati, by way of the voice, the call, the voice, the sound, word sound of tifilati, of my tefillah. So remember we had tehillah, praise, right? And here we have tefillah, prayer. So here there's the confidence that he hears my prayer. That's also necessary because what Rabbeinu says, when you pray, know that the thing that you have asked that you receive, right? You know, the principles of prayer. Right here. One more time. Akain Shama Elohim Hikashi Bikola Tefilati. Here, the final verse right here, the kaf, right? The kaf, the 20th verse right here. And it closes with a baraka, right? Baraka. Here it says, bless Elohim, blessed be, empowered to prosper, blessed be Elohim, who, not which, but a which, who hath not turned away my prayer tefilati, nor his mercy from me, nor his mercy from I and from I and I. Baruch Elohim Asher Loa Hesir Tefilati, with Hasdo Be'iti. Me'iti, with and Hasdo, and his chesed, his loving kindness, his mercy, may from iti, from me, right? So to say me, iti, may iti from me, with chesed, right, and his mercy from me. So he says, Baruch Elohim, blessed is Elohim, the creator, the ruler, the judge, Asher, the one who, the Elohim who hasir, who has not hasar. He doesn't hasar, right? He doesn't soar, right? In the he feels sense, hasar, right? To turn, to cause, to turn aside, to remove, right? To put aside, to leave undone, to retract, to reject, to abolish. No. Asher lo hasir, who has not, right, turned away. Tifilati, my prayer, with chasdo, and his mercy, may et. So notice the verb, it governs both. So the lo hasir, right, he has not turned away. It governs both tifilati, my prayer, and chasdo, his chesed, his mercy, loving kindness, may iti, from me. So here, right? Here, today's daily psalm. Baruch Elohim. Chaverim, Baruch Elohim, right? Thanks. Baruch Elohim is like saying, thanks be to God. It has that sense Hebraically. Thanks be to God. Baruch Elohim. Baruch Elohim. Asher lo hasir tefilati. V'chasdo me'iti. Right? The psalmist closes with an ascription of praise to Elohim for Chasido, for his chesed, for his mercy, his loving kindness, not with a complacent self-justification, I'm a good person, on the score of his own righteousness, and I always do the things, because then you're going to sound like the Pharisee in Robanos, teaching to us, speaking of Yeshua's teaching, right? He does not, right, regard, and we should not regard Elohim's Shomeya Tefillah, his hearing of Tefillah, his hearing of prayer, as due to him, right, for his or for our integrity, right? I'm a good person. I have done this. That's why Yeshua might have had this word right here in mind, right here, right? Because the same principle, right? The same principle. He does not regard Elohim's hearing of prayer as due to him for his integrity. Well, it's due. Well, he hears me because I deserve it. I'm entitled to it. Nah. But as an act of grace, right? Chesed, as an act of chasido, of his graciousness, his loving kindness. As grace for that, the divine name, the Hashem, that has not been overtly mentioned, right, in this whole psalm, the Hashem, right, should be praised, right? The Hashem should be praised. And in congregational worship, the usual cue is the hallelujah, right? Hallelujah, praise your Yah, hallelujah. Give thanks, brothers and sisters, Baruch.
Come be a part of.
Korah and J and Line of Jews Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Here, dubwise. Here we have Bush Chemist, right? Earth's rightful ruler. Baruch Hashem.
Psalm 66.
מזמור ס"ו למנצח שיר מזמור.
Make a joyful noise unto God, all ye lands. Ye land, ye land, ye land, ye land.
הריעו לאלוהים כל הארץ.
Sing forth the honor of his name, make his praise glorious. Say unto God, how terrible art thou in thy works. Through the greatness of thy power shall thine enemies submit themselves unto thee. All the earth shall worship thee, and shall sing unto thee. They shall sing to thy name. Selah. Come and see the works of God. He is terrible in his doing toward the children of men. He turned the sea into dry land. They went through the flood on foot. There did we rejoice in him. He ruleth by his power forever. His eyes behold the nations. Let not the rebellious exalt themselves. Selah. Oh, bless our God, ye people, and make the voice of his praise to be heard, which holdeth our soul in life, and suffereth not our feet to be moved. For thou, O God, hast proved us. Thou hast tried us as silver is tried. Thou broughtest us into the net. Thou laidst affliction upon our loins. Thou hast caused men to ride over our heads. We went through fire and through water, but thou broughtest us out into a wealthy place. I will go into thy house with burnt offerings. I will pay thee my vows, which my lips have uttered, and my mouth hath spoken when I was in trouble. I will offer unto thee burnt sacrifices of fatlings, with the incense of rams. I will offer bullocks with goats. Selah. Come and hear, all ye that fear God, and I will declare what he hath done for my soul. I cried unto him with my mouth, and he was extolled with my tongue. If I regard iniquity in my heart, the Lord will not hear me. But verily God hath heard me. He hath attended to the voice of my prayer. Blessed be God, which hath not turned away my prayer, nor his mercy from his mercy, 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 from his
Come be a part of. Come be a part of.
J, Atlanta Jewish Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Psalm 66.
מזמור ס"ו, למנצח שיר מזמור.
Psalm 66.
מזמור ס"ו, למנצח שיר מזמור.
Make joyful noise unto God, all ye lands, ye lands, ye lands. Psalm 66.
מזמור ס"ו, למנצח שיר מזמור. מזמור ס"ו, למנצח שיר מזמור. הריעו לאלוהים כל הארץ, זמרו כבוד שמו, שימו כבוד תהילתו. אמרו לאלוהים, מה נורא מעשיך, ברוב עוזך יכחשו לך אויביך. כל הארץ ישתחוו לך ויזמרו לך, יזמרו שמך סלע. לכו וראו מפעלות אלוהים, נורא עלילה על בני אדם. הפך ים ליבשה, בנהר יעברו ברגל. שם נשמחה בו, מושל בגבורתו עולם. עיניו בגויים תצפנה, הסוררים אל ירומו למו סלע. ברכו עמים אלוהינו, והשמיעו כל תהילתו. השם נפשנו בחיים, ולא נתן למות רגלינו. כי וחמתנו אלוהים, צרפתנו כצרוף כסף. הבאתנו במצודה, שמת מועקה במותנינו, הרכבת אנוש לראשנו. באנו באש ובמים, ותוציאנו לרוויה. אבוא ותיכה ועולות, אשלם לך נדרי, אשר פצו שפתי, ודיבר פי בצר לי. עולות מחים אעלה לך, עם קטורת אלים, אעשה בקר עם עתודים סלע. לכו שמעו ואספרה כל יראי אלוהים, אשר עשה לנפשי. אליו פי קראתי, ורומם תחת לשוני. אבן אם ראיתי וליבי, לא ישמע אדוני. אכן שמע אלוהים, הקשיב בכל תפילתי. ברוך אלוהים, אשר לא הסיר תפילתי, וחסדו מאיתי.
Come be a part of. Come be a part of.
J, Atlanta Jewish Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
of Judah shall break every chain.